Hey there, hi there, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Happy Friday. How's it going, everybody in chat? Hey there, Adonis Incarnate, Centurior. Do not put me on pizza. Uniquely K, Fluffy 2, Oakheart Monster, Durus Futurur, Zizvification, Little Turd. Little Turd says, I think the boss swamp month was the most entertaining part of the challenge so far. Well, I might have good news for you in that regard, based on our learnings here. Hey there, Zizvification. Hey there, Fayley. How's it going, Rizold? GZ Bob, thanks for almost 3 years. 35 months of support. That is a long heckin' time. How's it going, Uniquely Gay? Again. Mark McCarr, good time zone to you. Hey there, Fayley. Rage Maw. Dwarven Heart. Hyrule. I still see you as green. Hyrule, for if that counts for you anyway. You're green to me. How's it going, Onomatopoeia? Hey there, Kick the PJ. Let's go and Precure. Ochi-san. Mad Goji. Space of Diamonds, if I told you a pun based on your username, would your reply be to Space of Simons? Get exasperation. Barbecued Brownies, how's it going? Nothing like some data analysis to start the day. Heck yeah. How's it going, Monkey Maniac? Storm. Mingenator. Norma DXO. And everybody else, hello, hello. Welcome. Of the Excel sheets and pivot tables were prepared, I've got a PowerPoint. Bonafide. Some credit to Econ Dad, one of our chat members, who helped out with the number crunching and analysis. And a shout out to Fayley for helping me with my presenting this in sort of like graphs and numbers and such, so that I've got things to put on screen while I actually talk about how our runs went. So the plan for today, we're going to start out with a sort of retrospective, hoping it'll be maybe 30 or so minutes, talking about how the challenge has gone so far, some of the results that we've seen in the data, and how much that we should attribute or not attribute in the case. I've got actually several data points that I get to point to and be like, this is why you shouldn't trust stats. There's quite a few little fun ones there. Snow Eagle, thanks for 5 months of support. This is just going to be the first 200 wins, so as we were at about the halfway mark of the year, so not including any of the runs from this month, which has statistically gone quite a bit better. We hit some really good win streaks this month, so our win rate's up a bit, I think. Leffy, thanks so much for 287 additional bits. Actually, let me see. Since the start of the challenge, what are we at now? 161 losses. So we've added 12. Yeah, we've gone 12 and 12 losses, 24 wins since this data set was recorded. So we've had a 67% win rate over the last little bit, which is slightly above what we had prior to that. So I've very slightly boosted the metrics in July. The 10 streak was after 200. That's right. Yeah. So that 10 streak, and we also recently had a 7 streak. Neither of those get counted in the data, and that's okay. That's okay. I don't need to optimize the presentation all that hard, and it'll be counted in the 400 when we do a full year-long retrospective. How's it going, Dead Teddy? Okay, so anything else that I want to tweak here? I don't think so. So, as usual, I'll be recording this as a sort of YouTube video, which means that my chat engagement will be a little bit less than usual. I'll still have chat on my screen for this, because I think this is a good one to be able to answer questions about live. Just Ventura says, interesting to try to extrapolate from the 200 to see how many data points would be needed for a sufficiently large sample size. If we're trying to get perspective on, like, certain cards, it might be very many indeed. There's many cards in the Slay the Spire library that we saw less than, like, say, 5 instances of over the course of the 200 winning runs. Am I currently over or under par for 400 kills in the year? We're a little bit behind par, and we're definitely going to fall behind par. Sure, I'll make Econ Data VIP for this. I can do that. We'll be a little bit behind par by the end of August, as we are going to be off during a couple of weeks during August, including next week. Won't be any shows next week, as I'll be off to Virginia for a wedding. And then later, again in August, we'll be taking another week off. So I imagine by the end of August, we'll be solidly behind. And I've got a plan in September to get us back up to speed. No, not my wedding. I am not getting married. At least not yet. You never know. Okay, no need to faff about too long here. Let me just make sure. This is going to work how I want it to. Wonderbar. Alrighty, folks. Welcome to a retrospective look at the first half of our year-long challenge. Hey there, YouTube. Baylor here, and today I want to talk about my year-long challenge in 2022 to get 400 kills against the Ascension 20 Heart. This is looking at the first 200 wins of the challenge. Thanks to a little bit of analysis provided by Econ Dad and some help from Faley, our community manager, helping me sort of present this in a digestible format. Without further ado, let's take a look at some of the things that happened so far this year. So, overall, our win rate across the 4 characters. We have an even 50 wins with all of them. That's kind of the format of the challenge. Of course, we don't rotate characters till we got a win, so 200 wins meant exactly 50 with each of the characters, and that means they each had a different number of losses. The standouts here are Ironclad and Watcher with the higher win rate, slightly above 50%. Silent and Defect a little bit lower, hovering around 50%. And I think that these numbers are a little bit skewed because the how do I say this? Because we had to replay a character when we lost with that character. That means that characters that I lose with more frequently, the Silent and the Defect, have a larger number of runs in the data set. So these characters get a little bit overrepresented, and I think that also causes their win rate to be kind of compressed, skewed down just a little bit relative to the other two, just based on the way that we're playing. Right, I get more total silent losses because I had more total silent runs. I personally am not surprised to see Defect outperform Silent. At least for me, I consider myself a Defect fan, a Defect master, personally. Overall, across the 4 characters, I achieved a 57% win rate, well over half, which I'm really, really proud of. I don't think that it's possible to be on, for a year-long challenge like that, I don't think it's possible to be on my A game for every single day. I have to show up and try to get wins in Slay the Spire, no matter how I'm feeling, no matter what's happened on that day. And so sometimes I'm going to have runs that were totally winnable that I end up not winning just because I myself was the weakest link at that point. I also sometimes make some card choices, in the interest of fun more than the interest of optimally winning. And I think that does especially show on Watcher. I think we could do a fair bit better than 69% on the Watcher if we were really try-harding it, so to speak. And when we look at the individual Watcher cards, I'll talk about more what that means. Yeah, Tired Baylor shows, indeed. At the end of a 7 or 8 hour stream, I don't exactly have a lot of Spire Brain left to win with. Fast Baylor also shows at times. I know that there's runs that I've made decisions just too quickly, sped through Act 1 or Act 2, and careened into disaster because I didn't think through my actions. And I'm okay with that. That's going to happen sometimes. And in fact, like I said, coming up in September, I'm planning on deliberately and calculatedly doing a little bit more of that to catch up on the year-long challenge. So, looking at the basics, here's some high points of the year-long challenge for you. Our highest max HP of any run was 176. We had one chunky Ironclad. And this graph here is kind of a distribution of all the max HPs we've had across the year. So usually we're around the starting max HP of 60 to 80, but there's some runs that collect... I do have the cursor. Perfect. There's some runs that collect a little bit more. And then, of course, some runs, probably the ones that take apparitions on the low end there. But 176 was our best. Far from the most max HP I've ever had in a run. And I'm hoping we can top that later this year. I want to see an over 200 run this year. How about score? Highest score was almost 4,000, 3,922, which I want to say was a Watcher run, but I actually don't remember. And here we also have a sort of score distribution. Anything below about 2,000, this peak at the bottom end, this is all losing runs. Any run that didn't make it to the Act 4 is going to be below 1,500, and then about 2,000 is the minimum score for a winning run. So most of our winning runs are around the 3,000 point range. There's a cluster of really low score runs. These are, I think, the struggle bus runs that then win, or the ones that maybe even die in Act 4. I think you could have a pretty good score. And then a very, very few runs do much, much better than that. Was that the Watcher run with 5 curses? Oh, that might be. Yeah, that might be. The run where we mirrored Ascender's Bane to get the bonus 100 points. That's funny. That's funny. That sounds about right. So, let's take a closer look at some of the individual characters and their cards, specifically. Starting with Ironclad, we had an overall 63% win rate. Notably, I didn't swap boss relics that much on the 4 characters, other than 1 month where we did it all the time, but we did see a higher win rate with Ironclad, 76%, when I chose to boss swap. Here's some of the best cards. Cards that had a win rate with Ironclad that are above the win rate that we had overall. So, you'll see, and what I noticed with these is an interesting mix. Here's some of our best. Pommel Strike, True Grit, Battle Trance, Bloodletting, Burning Pact, Dark Embrace, Shockwave, and Corruption. Notice a pattern here. There is a lot of exhaust interactions and a lot of card draw here, actually. That's a pretty much the whole package. And when we look at the win rates of cards across the 4 characters, one big pattern that I notice is that you see a better than average win rate on a lot of cards that I consider very good and take very often. And these are probably a quick list of maybe my favorite Ironclad cards, right? We've got damage and draw on Pummel Strike, that's great. Block and exhaust, draw and exhaust, draw when you exhaust. Of course, Corruption's great. These are cards I take lots and lots and lots. And so we see many, many wins and a few losses. But these cards, and likewise on the other characters, these are not the cards that performed the best. These cards performed well, but the cards that performed even better are a lot more interesting, I tend to think. Demon Form, 8 wins, 2 losses, 80% success rate. Disarm, that one I'm not surprised to see there. Barricade, 13 and 3. Feel No Pain, that one's also expected. 26 and 5. Limit Break, 11 and 2. How about, all right, better than Feel No Pain. What do you think? How about Warcry? 8 wins, 1 loss. So as you get into the really, really high win rate cards for a character, yeah, Zoom Waffle is saying survivorship bias. And I think you're seeing another thing, which is cards that I personally only pick if I'm already winning. And the even highest tier of success cards on the Clad really indicates that. There are some cards with a more than 90% win rate. Carnage, 10 and 1. Body Slam, 12 and 1. Fiendfire, 14 and 1. These are actually all pretty good cards, totally. Reaper, 21 and 1. Any run with a Reaper was pretty much a success. Dual Wield, no losses, 100%. Entrench, no losses, 100%. Pummel, no losses, 100%. And the best card on Ironclad. Can anyone guess? What is the card I took the most times with no losses at all? Clash? No, not Clash. I think it really perfectly emblematically summarizes what I was saying earlier. We've already seen Corruption and Dark Embrace, but a card that goes perfectly with both of those, Sentinel. 11 wins, no losses. And that's because I will only pick Sentinel if I already have a full exhaust engine assembled. So we get this sort of skewed data point here, right? Like this is not an indication that Sentinel is the best card on Ironclad by any means. This is an indication that when I take a Sentinel, it's very likely that I'm in a winning position from here. It's very likely that I'm going to win the run because I have the ability to exhaust that Sentinel and the ability to benefit from the energy it gives. Very, very funny that ends up being the highest performing, statistically speaking, card on Ironclad. I really didn't expect that up front. And so we see a lot of this on the other characters too. The 70 to 80% win rate cards are the S tier good cards that I pick all the time. And then the cards that have almost 100% win rate are much more situational. That said, there are a couple real standouts here. I think Reaper with 21 wins, 1 losses is absurd. And on the previous page, Feel No Pain, 26 wins, 5 losses. Also really, really crazy. So that's pretty cool. So, we wanted to know Clash. I never picked a Clash. In 50 winning runs of Ironclad, there were no deliberately added Clashes to the deck. Or Wild Strikes. That one is less about how bad Wild Strike is and more about how I much personally distaste Wild Strike. I think it's got some use, but no, we never deliberately picked a Wild Strike either. Well, there's your problem. Bludgeon had a pretty bad win rate, 5 wins, 6 losses. Brutality even worse than that, at 3 wins, 5 losses. I wonder what that means. I'm not sure. Are these outliers for cards that perform below the par? Are these indications that I didn't get one of the good Ironclad rares from my boss and I picked a different thing instead? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Bludgeon's a noob trap. I think I could agree with that, at least partially in principle. Bludgeon's an Act 1 card, that's for sure. And I've had runs that use Bludgeon successfully in the late game, but it sure is kludgy. Can I clarify picked? Picked means I saw it in a card reward and I took it. I don't know if the data captures cards that I purchased, and I'm quite sure it doesn't consider transforms. So for example, I'm sure we had a run with a clash or with a transform that... with a clash from a transform at some point, just like from Pandora's Box or Astrolabe. I'm sure we got either a clash or a Wild Strike at some point. Counts cards purchased but not transformed. Appreciate the clarification. Okay, so that's the kind of the breakdown for Ironclad. Let's take a look at Silent, with an overall 48% win rate. Something that I kept saying this year is that I perform poorly with Silent boss swaps, but by the numbers, apparently that's not the case, as we did win 56% of our Silent boss swaps. And I think for that reason, I might have to revisit the boss swap a little bit more. So let's take a look at some of our good Silent cards. Silent cards with a lot of wins are a better than baseline win rate. Anything with above 48% means that it performed better on average than basic cards. So you'd expect lots and lots of Piercing Wails. This is one of my most frequently taken cards, particularly on Silent. Well-Laid Plans, also one of my most frequently taken cards. Calculated Gamble, Acrobatics. Ooh, Tactician's got a little bit of a formatting mistake there. Oh well. Tools the Trade, Sneaky Strike, Adrenaline, Malaise, a Reflex. And shockingly, as a high performer here, a real standout on Silent, Dagger Throw, with 29 wins after taking it 4 losses. And I don't necessarily think there's something to be overanalyzed there. But there is an interesting pattern. We see, again, like that slightly better than average win rate that you expect to see on the S tier cards that I take all the time. You know, if I'm taking the card at every single opportunity, that means I have an expectation that it gives me a baseline improvement of some kind. And if we're winning more often than the average when that happens, I think that's a good indication that it is, in fact, a solid card. But when a card has, just like Sentinel, when a card has way more win rate than you'd expect, then I think it implies the existence of a bell curve, so to speak. So for example, all the Silent commons, if you were to plot how each of the common cards on Silent performs win rate wise, you'd expect a sort of bell curve response. Some of the commons will have lots and lots of wins. Some of the commons will have lots and lots of losses. Not necessarily because of what the card itself does or doesn't do, but because randomly those ended up being the commons that were present in a winning run, and others weren't. Just by random distribution. You wouldn't expect, again, a perfectly even distribution for every card. Some cards will win more often than expected. Some cards will win less often than expected. That's the bell curve, essentially. And we're going to see that with relics, too. But I think Dagger Throw does have some merit. This does give me some real encouragement that early picking Dagger Throw is working out well for me. I continue to hold it's a good card to take early for its immediate damage, and it's a sort of entry point into discard synergy. So something that Econ Dad pointed out is that alongside the Dagger Throw, certain other cards have a different win rate. We also saw above normal loss rate for skipping Dagger Throw, which is really interesting. Should I just be taking more Dagger Throws? It's deeply unclear. I wonder if there's also the 15 wins and 30 losses when skipping a Dagger Throw. That's kind of like complementary to the huge win rate of the dagger throw. I only took the dagger throw if I was already in a kind of successful position. Otherwise phrased, in runs that we're going to lose, I didn't take the dagger throw. Does that necessarily mean the dagger throw would have changed things? No. It's interesting. So, combined with dagger throw, a bunch of cards saw really high win rates, including 100% for a whole bunch of combination pairs. With acro and dagger throw, we never lost. With backflip and dagger throw, we never lost. With calculated gamble and dagger throw, we never lost. What does that mean? That I'm not 100% certain about. But isn't dagger throw more often an Act 1 common attack pickup before you're in authoritative position? Yes. So once we achieved an authoritative position, we stopped taking dagger throws, and I usually lost from there. So perhaps the authoritative position that I'm maneuvering into is the wrong one. Apologies about the indent issues. I thought I looked over all the slides here, but I didn't get quite all of them, it looks like. Mad Math Magician says, I feel like this tells me that discard packages are incredibly good on the silent. That I will agree with. I think that is a standout here. We're seeing a lot of success when I did choose to go into discard synergies. And I think that anybody who watches a lot of Zeknar's stream, who's become a bit of a silent expert lately, can agree with that, generally speaking. There's a huge power to the discard engine on silent that can truly just break the whole game if you do it well. Tactician's missing? I wouldn't say so. I think Tactician's way worse than Reflex, ultimately. So, last thoughts on dagger throw. It's like the Strike Plus of the early game. Works in any deck, makes your discard synergies good. Some cards that we didn't have very good win rates in terms of the commons on silent. Quick Slash, personal distaste of mine. 1 win, 6 losses. Deadly Poison showed below average win rate. 11 wins, 16 losses after picking a Deadly Poison. So not a whole lot of success there. Maybe that means I'm overpicking early Poison? Could be. Flying Knee not performing that well. Dagger Spray, actually almost exactly average. Win rate of 48% is exactly equal to the silent average, so I think that's about right. And then we saw a better than average success with Blade Dance, which is a good indicator too. I am taking a ton of Blade Dances, but I tend to find that it falls off in the late game. Stuckalopicus says, I always knew Dagger Spray sucked, and now I have proof. Hold up there. This, to me, is proof that Dagger Spray is exactly the most possible average card, because the win rate of Dagger Spray equals the win rate of my silent. It's funny. All right, so let's talk about Defect. Defect's overall win rate slightly better than the silent, notably way better, with a boss swap at 69%. Some of our best Defect cards. Again, the first, slightly better than average, so 54% baseline. We see with slightly better than baseline win rate, some really common Defect core cards. Cool-Headed, Seek, Capacitor, Core Surge, Bias Cognition, White Noise, Genetic Algorithm, Meteor Strike is up there. That's good. Chill, Echo Form, and then, amazingly, with a 100% win rate, Consume, kind of topping the list there. And so just like with Ironclad and Silent, we have a lot of conventionally good. If you look at my tier list for this character, you'll see basically all of these cards rank quite highly, although maybe not Capacitor. But we might have a higher win rate on cards that are more situational and that I don't always take, or that I don't take under more common circumstances. And I think Consume's a really good data point of that. We don't take Consume very often, but when I do, it's usually because I already have lots of orbs and orb slots. And so far, that hasn't led to a loss yet. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's a lot of Echo Forms I took. 21. 21 wins, 6 losses. Pretty good performance there. Is chill situational, asks Centeneer. I wouldn't call it too situational. You don't necessarily even need focus for chill to be good. You just have to not want... You have to either not be using reprogram, or you need to not be relying on your orb slots for damage. So a Dark Orb deck might not want chill, for example. And yeah, this is almost assuredly a consume and capacitor that are being picked quite selectively. So how about some other cards? Reinforced Body, below average. Now that is surprising. I would not have expected that. Same with Sunder. Claw, I can't be too surprised. Not as many standout cards like Silent, apparently. 40% with Reinforced Body, 43% with Sunder, 47% with Claw. Honestly, I'm pretty impressed with that Claw performance, because it's almost average. Almost average. If there's any particular cards or other data you've got questions about, by the way, there is a full data set that you can check out and look at directly. I did package all of our run files into one zip, and I uploaded that to the data analysis section of the Slay the Spire Discord. I think that's going to be on our Discord somewhere as well. I'll make sure it's posted after this, so that anybody who wants to answer their own questions about, you know, anything that I didn't look at in this video, that'll be there. For my early Act 1 defect damage, I'm almost always picking Sunder or Streamline, one of the two, if I see them. One of those big, high damage attack cards. That and Beam Cell. Would have liked to see Beam Cell's data here, although I imagine it's not a standout, probably around the 50% win rate. So, last of the 4 characters, but certainly not least, the Watcher. With an overall win rate of 69%, slightly higher than that with a boss swap, Watcher was our best performing character. And there's certainly a lot of conventionally good cards with very high win rates on Watcher here. So some of our high-performing commons, Bowling Bash, Empty Mind, look at all those Cut-Through Fate takes. A quick asterisk here to indicate cards that the Merle has indicated on his own tier list are particularly good. Surprised to see Deceive Reality here with such a high performance, but I think expected really good standouts include Vault. Almost always take that for the extra turn. I'm a bit surprised at Just Lucky's performance here. I think that's more of a selective pick. I certainly don't think that Just Lucky is a particularly good Act 1 card, but once you get relics that support it, taking Just Lucky can be really, really good. So I think most of the times that we took Just Lucky is instances involving Kunai or the Golden Eye or the Ornamental Fan or something like that. Win rate of Eruption versus Eruption Plus? Now that's an interesting question. So if you're looking for the rushdown and such, well, you're not thinking high win rate enough. Cards with an even higher win rate. We saw lots of wins with Devotion, of course Scrawl, for its ability to draw your hand full, Meditate, for its incredible deck control, Consecrate performing really, really well. Worship, that's a selective pick for sure. And here's Rushdown. 22 wins, 3 losses. If you can just kind of picture like the Watcher deck, you can probably pick the next 3 cards that go with this, of course, with exceedingly high win rates. Those being, of course, Tantrum, Talk to the Hand, Mental Fortress. No surprise there, right? All of those ending with almost 90%. And I think that this is an archetype in and of itself, right? Rushdown, Tantrum, Talk to the Hand, Mental Fortress. That's a deck. It works, it wins together, and you will often see both myself and other high-level Watcher players operating on a deck that's basically built of those 4 components in some mixture. And yeah, I'd say that when you can assemble that 80 to 90% plus win rate sounds right about correct. So, even higher win rate than those. Huge success rate on Ragnarok. Huge success rate on Wave of the Hand. Huge success rate on Inner Peace. These are cards with 1 or 0 losses. But again, standout from... our formatting did get a little bit of a bonk here. We got hundos on a bunch of, again, more situational cards. So just like the previous characters, high 90s to like the really good cards, right? Rushdown, Tantrum, Talk to the Hand, Mental Fortress. These are all A or S tier cards, according to most players. But cards you wouldn't expect to see being very, very high win rate. Tranquility and Crescendo, the 2 Watcher commons that just sit in your hand and change your stance. Indignation. Never lost with it, apparently. The flexible Wrath / vulnerable card. Deviform also at 100%. These 3 in particular, Tranquility, Crescendo, and Deviform, I think, again, highly selective picks, or yeah, like survivorship biased. Does this mean that they're the best Watcher cards? No. What that probably means is that I only take a Tranquility or Crescendo if I have a Dead Branch, or if I have already got 2 copies of Rushdown, and I need 1 more stance swap or something. Usually I'm not looking at either of these as a core part of the deck. So I think this overall data set and some of these numbers that we see are a good example of why metrics can be a little deceptive at times. The win rate of a card is not necessarily equal to the quality of the card or the utility of the card or anything like that. It can actually be based on one's own behavioral habits or, yeah, win more cards. Cards that are only useful in situations where you don't need something that's useful anymore because you're already winning. Demon of the Fall also points out they're not early Act 1 picks where a lot of deaths will occur. Yes, great point. Don't forget, any run that got killed by Gremlin Knob, all of the cards you added before that Gremlin Knob killed you get counted in the loss category. Can you really blame them on the cards you took? Not necessarily. It's more about that Gremlin Knob. Selection effects everywhere, and they all overlap. That's the crazy part. That's the craziest part to me. Okay, so we talked about cards. Oh, we got colorless cards left. Let's talk about those real quick. There are colorless cards that ended up with higher than average win rates too. Some of the best: Secret Technique, Apotheosis, both with exactly 71.43% win rates. I like that. Discovery doing pretty well with 8 wins, 3 losses. Thinking Ahead, that's an interesting one. I think that's a survivorship bias, especially with only 5 ones there. Some small data sets on these for sure. Purity performing well. I think that's also I only take Purity if it's going to be really good sort of situation. Likewise, Panache. But I think a real standout here, Panic Button. 22 wins and 1 loss. I personally love Panic Button. I think it's one of the best colorless cards. I think it's worth buying for 100 gold. I think it's worth picking if you've got any kind of retain. I think it's worth taking from the Act 3 event. It's kind of a really good card, but to see it as 95%, that is truly crazy. Truly crazy. It's so good with Pyramid. I like it with Watcher. Forethought intentionally left out. Yeah. Poor Forethought. I think we have 100% win rate with Forethought, technically, right? We took Forethought in that one grand finale silent run, and that's it. So, how about some particular combos? Buster Crown with question card was a 60%. So these are looking at 2 things that occurred together and that you kind of think is a natural combo. Coffee Dripper plus a few healing sources. The Fusion Hammer Apotheosis combo. Cursed Key Omamori combo. And best of all, Hovering Kite and Tools of the Trade together were 100% success rate, although a very, very small data set of 2. If they did occur together, they were good. I suppose I'm not surprised to see Busted Crown, even with Question Card, not performing that well. Oh, great question. I'm really that guy. Do these numbers necessarily indicate whether a card is good in general or whether they're good for me? I think from the data alone, it's rather hard to separate those two things. There's certainly the case that a particular playstyle will suit certain cards or even relics better than others. And I think we'll see a mixed bag when we look at the data set overall. I don't know how you would determine each on a case-by-case basis. Busted Crown plus Question Card is above average. That's right. That's right. With not a whole lot of data here. Someone is asking about Corruption Dead Branch. Here it is. 4 wins. We did have 1 loss with the combo, though. So it's possible to lose. And that's about tied with Corruption overall. So is the Dead Branch really doing the work in Corruption Dead Branch? I'm not sure. Not sure that it is. We only had 1 Tungsten Rod and Tori combo. It happened 1 time and we won. I individually asked about Velvet Choker plus Pocket Watch. Apparently that happened 3 times and we won twice. That's pretty cool. And another one for the statistics don't necessarily tell you anything. We had 1 instance of Runic Pyramid plus Snecko Eye together, and we won. Therefore, 100% win rate. Glorious. Absolutely glorious. Yeah, that was a run for the legend, for the ages. I think that was a silent run with 2 bullet times. I don't remember now. I want to say it was silent with 2 bullet times to make that work. For apparitions, not as good as you'd expect. About 50-50 for me personally. Taken it 19 times, we had 10 wins, 9 losses. I do say that I often turn down apparitions, especially if I feel like I don't need them. Just because I personally don't like how they alter the playstyle of a run in Slay the Spire. It's kind of all or nothing, right? Either you draw it at the perfect time, or you don't. Bites were a much higher success rate, though. 4 wins, 1 loss. Very few bites taken overall. This, to me, indicates I take bites a lot less frequently than I thought I did. I'd say I would have guessed I take it about 30% of the time, but this indicates maybe 10 to 20%. Apparition decks kind of play very samey. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Our overall boss swap win rate was 68%. That's higher than our baseline by quite a bit. Again, the baseline win rate for us was 57, so we got almost a full 10% higher success performance when we swapped our starter relic for a random boss relic. And I didn't subjectively feel like that after I played the boss swap month, or after boss swapping in general. I kind of felt like it was sabotaging me, and the numbers seem to indicate that was otherwise. So I think we're going to be doing some more boss swaps in general. Probably do some today, actually. On a per character basis, all 4 characters saw higher performance with the boss swap than alone. So, let's take a look at the win rate of some of the boss relics. Here are the good ones. Snecko Eye and Pyramid at about 75%, some of my highest taken ones. It's interesting to see we actually had 16, no less than 16 Runic Pyramid losses this year. And I think that's partially because I take Pyramid really when I shouldn't sometimes. But I just take it at basically every opportunity. Other sort of traditionally good boss relics with high performances: Astrolabe, Black Star, Fusion Hammer, and Pandora's Box, all well above average. And then again, at the very top, some ones you wouldn't expect, the ones I pick rather selectively. 3 energy relics: Mark of Pain, Runic Dome, Hovering Kite. one sec. I gotta tweak the music here. Dome is very high up there, and I think that's because I tend to avoid Runic Dome when I don't feel like it's not required. I consider Dome to be a slight downside for streaming. A lot of viewers don't exactly enjoy watching Runic Dome runs, so I personally try to avoid picking the Dome unless I feel like it's required for a successful run. And it looks like when I choose to take the Runic Dome, I do very, very well on average, which is indicating to me that I'm performing very well at deciding when Runic Dome is correct, essentially. So I like that quite a lot. I think that's probably what's happening with the Mark of Pain and the Hovering Kite, too. I don't usually like these boss relics very much, but I'll take them in a position where I think they're much better than normal. And so far, that has led to very high success rates. How about the worst boss relics? Which boss relics performed the most poorly for us? Right at the very bottom, although with a very low number of wins here, Ring of the Serpent. 1 win, 2 losses. And then performing below average, you've got Calling Bell, Sozu. Interestingly enough, Nuclear Battery hasn't done well for me, nor has Inserter particularly done well for me, although those both have fairly low total counts. 9 wins, 7 losses for Sacred Bark, and an actual about 60% win rate for Busted Crown, so I actually have to take it back. The Busted Crown plus question card combo was almost exactly average. I bet we have very few ectoplasms taken during the challenge. But I bet it would be middle of the road for win rate. Inserter is quite slow, that's right. And yeah, lots less picks overall for the losing boss relics. I'll try to avoid them. But there's a weird kind of survivorship bias too, right? If you never pick something because it's bad, then you can never lose with it, and it won't have any lose rate or win rate. It's interesting. It's interesting. All right, so how about non-boss relics? Win rates for generic relics. And here's where we're going to bring up the concept of bell curve again. In the highly successful relics, you see a lot of the traditionally good stuff. There's only a few common relics in here, mostly uncommons and rares, I'll note. Although high-performing common relics include Toy Ornithopter, Lantern, and the Centennial Puzzle. Those are all pretty good. I'm exceedingly pleased to see Centennial Puzzle's win rate in particular. That draw 3 is such a powerful thing, especially when you have a little bit of control over when it is. If you want to properly get data, you have to randomly make decisions when acquiring things. Yes, there you go. That'll give us objective stuff. And yeah, there is another page of relics here, so we haven't seen the highest win rate ones just yet. 6615. Yeah, no kidding. Also not surprised to see Mummy Hand, Pantograph, Ori up here. Stuff I'd traditionally consider to be good. So even higher success rate. We're 18-4 on the toolbox, 33-7 on Pocket Watch, 82.5%. That I consider a very high tier relic. Very good on Ice Cream as well, 24-5. Apparently it tastes real good. Ink Bottle, 34-7. 26-5 with the Gambling Chip. There's a bit of an outlier in here though. I said before that you'd expect is for relics kind of a bell curve, right? Some relics win, most relics will win kind of on par with their performance, but some relics will end up either underrepresented or overrepresented just because they randomly happened to occur with high incidence in runs that won. And I think a really good example of that is the Ancient Tea Set here. I'm not convinced that Ancient Tea Set is an S-tier relic. I'm certainly not convinced it's the best common relic, performance-wise, but that is what the data says. And yet, here it is with 38 wins and 7 losses. And that to me tells me that Ancient T-Set's not carrying these runs, although it does help. It's a big boon in the Spear and Shield fight. In particular, it's nice against your first Act 3 boss. But I don't think it's going to be responsible for the run succeeding or failing. And that, to me, then tells me that the Ancient T-Set is on the upper end of a bell curve. You'd expect that there would be a common relic, one or two, that end up with very, very high win rates just by virtue of randomly being distributed within your wins. And some common relics that have a very, very low win rate, just being randomly distributed with your wins. And I think that's what we're seeing here. Which is not to say that it's not a helpful or useful relic. I don't think it justifiably is outperforming, Lantern and Centennial Puzzle and Preserved Insect and such. Do I find myself trying to use it when you get it? I almost never shape my pathing around the Ancient T-Set, that's for sure. Almost never. Sometimes. I have in the past. With a Bottled Whirlwind, for example, it can be a huge deal. 17 and 3 for Lizard Tail is kind of our standout best. I'm rather surprised by that, too. Alright, the highest tier of relics. We see Prayer Wheel, Captain's Wheel, Wheel Value, Medical Kit. That's one I only pick when it's really good. Tough Bandages, 9 and 1. Orange Pellets, 27 and 3. Frozen Eye, 20 and 2. Teardrop Locket, 11 and 1. That's probably just... the Watcher exclusive relics have a surprisingly high win rate. I wonder why. Dolly's Mirror. If I duplicate a card, we're at 96% to win. And, best of all, the Abacus with 100% win rate. The best relic in the Spire? It must be. You can count on Abacus, that's right. It's a great question, though. Where is Fossilized Helix? Have I been losing with it? But I think another clear case of survivorship bias on these very, very highest tier of relics. Note the number of shop relics on this page. Abacus, Mirror, Frozen Eye, Orange Pellets, Medical Kit. All of these are relics that I can only acquire by deliberately purchasing them. So they will never happen to me randomly, only if I decide it's worth money to spend on them. Do they get it into the deck? And so I think that's an indicator of... What is that indicator of? Indicator of my ability to recognize when something is a game changer. I'm really surprised to see... Dolly's Mirror is so flexible, though. I'm really surprised to see it as such a high success rate. Indicates good decision-making. Correct decision-making. Yeah, I'm particularly thrilled with the Abacus. Like, we must only be taking this in situations where I've got an infinite combo going or something. But I, too, am surprised not to see Incense Burner or Fossilized Helix, two of the, what I consider best relics to be represented there. But, so, that brings us to some final thoughts on the matter here. Sort of concluding, what did I learn from 200 wins, 200 runs of Slay the Spire? And looking at the data here, I learned that I think I should be swapping for a boss relic a little bit more often. I learned that the Abacus is unrivaled. I learned that the cards that I win with most successfully are cards that I only take sometimes. And I learned to trust the dagger throw. So things that we didn't look at. We didn't take a detailed look at Niao bonuses or starting picks. today. We didn't take a detailed look at particular enemies, our matchups against specific bosses, which I think would be nice to maybe take a look at when we do this again for 400 victories. We could maybe consider, like, which enemies killed me the most, I think is something, a question I'd like to be able to answer. Which cards did I have the most times where I picked it and then lost, like in terms of just raw number of losses? I'd like to maybe get a bit more of a detailed answer on that too. I'm Rando in chat says the high win rate on niche picks seems to show that cards are more often situationally good than generally good. That is something I big agree with. I think that Slay the Spire is essentially a game about navigating hundreds of different situationally good effects and tools and trying to figure out which situation you're in so that you can take the right situational tools. I think most lost would be, Knob, probably followed by Heart, would be my guess. Econ Dad says the Heart killed me the most. Knob was also up there. We did have a lot of Heart losses during the first half of this challenge. I suspect my Heart win rate's going to go up, just because we had so many runs. There was almost like a streak of 7 Heart losses in a row at one point, where we got right up to the end and then perished. Ooh, great question by OWM. Do I think Lesson Learned might have been underrepresented because it sometimes gets removed after doing its job? Oh, that's a great question. Does the data capture that? But how many losses to Jawworm? I don't think we'd have any actual deaths to Jawworm, but tallying up all the health I've lost to Jawworm could be pretty fun. Jimony Green just says, do I really remove Lesson Learned? It exhausts. I do sometimes remove it, if I have no other good removals on Watcher, which does happen sometimes. I can think off the top of my head at least 3 different occasions where I've removed a Lesson Learned towards the end of a run. Even though it exhausts, it's still a 2-cost attack you have to play. Alright, well, that is going to be the end of my sort of a statistical breakdown and retrospective look at the first 200 wins. I want to say a big thank you for tuning in, for watching. Hope this video helped you learn something about the particulars of Slay the Spire and give you some questions to wonder about. I think, if anything, something that I learned from doing this is that it's very difficult to get an accurate perception of the game Slay the Spire. Just looking at the win rates of stuff, there's a lot of really unexpected, counterintuitive outcomes that we saw when looking at cards just from a win rate perspective. And I think that to me says that Slay the Spire is a very complicated game with a lot of overlapping patterns, and you can try to look at them individually, but ultimately, in a run of Slay the Spire, what you have to do is look at the full overlap of it all. So, thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed that video, I hope you drop a like and /or subscribe to the channel. Till next time, this is Baylor signing off. Thanks so much for watching. Toodaloo. Smash that subscribe button. That's right. All right, and we're back. Beautiful. Beautiful. Another big thanks to Econ Dad for helping me with the analysis there, and a thanks to Faley for putting that little presentation together. Now, we can slay some spires. JHTM, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club, everybody. That's some good stuff. That was fun. That was fun to look at, fun to talk about. And I think there were some really unexpected results there. Lamgoin joining the list of channel cuties. Was Handrill even in the list once? Yes. We 1000% purchased hand drill on purpose at one point. I can't remember if we actually won that run or not. But I guarantee you we purchased one hand drill, at least. It was early in Act 1. And we counted... Oh, I've got... Whoops. That's not what I'm trying to do. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. The wrong mods. There we go. %1,000% loss rate. It's happened before. It has happened before. There we go. Okay. Almost back to normal here. Data crunch of Slay the Streamer. Slay the Streamer card win rates. I think we find out that that chat always wins if they get Velvet Choker. I think that's what we learn. That's what we'll learn. So, who's up first today? We are playing with the Defect. So it looks like our previous 2 attempts with this character were not successful. We lost the Bad Relic Redemption run. That's right, it petered out in Act 3. Though I remember it being distinctly useful against our Act 2 boss. No Ancient Tea set, but yes, Nuclear Battery. Nuclear Battery win rate shuffles again. Calipers goes down. Mummy Hand goes down. Like, look at all the relics here. A given run of Slay the Spire has many quote-unquote good relics in it. Mummy Hand, Calipers, Singing Bowl. I think these are all things I'd rate highly. But we've also got Tiny Chest and Juzu Bracelet, things I'd expect to see below average. So when a run has both of these things, how do you get an accurate data point of either of them individually? And I think the answer is you probably don't. Or you only do with many, many, many data points. Anyway, one thing I learned from that analysis is that I think we should be doing more boss swaps. So for the next little while, at the very minimum, I'm going to look for more opportunities to do runs where I trade my starting relic away for a random boss relic, even on Ironclad and Silent. And we'll see how they go. To me, that means basically any Act 1 layout where I'm not immediately forced to fight an elite. Or if I'm not offered like a 250 gold start. Ublis's defect swaps are often superb. I agree. There's no easier way to get a defect run above the baseline power curve than to start with an extra boss relic. So, we'll be diving into a run with the defect very shortly, but first, I'm going to take a quick break after all that talking. I need some water. Alright, let me take the explain out of the title too, because we're done with that now. 224. Jabastion, thanks for 17 months of Prime sub. Carlos says, feels like white noise is better than expected too. I think people have been sleeping on white noise in general. I think it is a very good card on the defect, more often than you might expect. I think there might be some selection bias happening there too, where I'm only taking the white noise if I'm already in a somewhat strong position on defect. This analysis provided by Dagger Throw, LLC. Yeah, of all the cards to have a really good win rate, Dagger Throw. Like what? Dagger Throw. Why Dagger Throw? The thing that really gets me is I lose way more than average when skipping a Dagger Throw. What does it mean? What does that mean? Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll play some Defect. BRB, folks. Don't go nowhere. Alrighty, folks, we're back. We're back. And I'm excited. Excited for some robot, that is. Robot. Let's go. Ooh, there is a 250 gold start with an early store, although it's take 18 damage for 250 gold. Still, that does make me want to consider money as our starting thing here. We end up with a lot of cash. 350 gold lets you buy so much at that first store, which really lets you get a head start on your run, is how I like to think of it. And we've even got a Hexaghost Act. That's a lot of combats. Okay, we'll take this event, actually. This path has a lot of combats. I really feel like I would need a self-repair for this to work out well. But this is a possible option. 4 elite path, is that a thing? Oh yeah, if we go this way instead, it is possible to take 2 elites. No rest site. Interesting. Looks like the far left is pretty sad overall. Not a lot of stuff here. Whoop. Oh, that's a really old data command. We'll have to get that one updated. That's from 2019 or something. How do I think the analysis will help, hurt, or be neutral for my win rate? It's certainly possible for it to hurt my win rate, right? I can take the data from the analysis and say, oh, here's some things I should try changing. I try changing them and then I lose more. There's certainly a possibility that happens, but I think that would then swing around to, we realize that I'm losing more and figure out how to take that and win more again. Superman says, which bonuses would I not pick in favor of boss swap now? I think I would do boss swap over Niao's Lament, even if I'm sniping an elite. Although maybe not if I'm getting like a burning elite snipe. That sounds pretty tasty. I would consider it over 99 gold, or in pasts where I've taken choose a colorless card, an uncommon colorless card especially, I would take boss swap over that, maybe even over rare colorless. And we'll see how we feel about it. Three potions is never worth a darn. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that's always true, but yeah, I mostly agree with that. Okay, I'm gonna go with the gold star. But I won't forget what I've said about boss swaps. There will be more in the future. It's gonna happen. Actually, wonder if I should have dual casted first? There's the possibility to hit the front one twice there. But if dual cast hit the back slime twice, then we could have targeted it with the strikes as well. Still, I don't think that would be necessary. We only took 1 damage this fight. Just kind of hypothesizing about a line where we take 0. Pretty hard to do. As defect, especially. Nice. Okay. I actually would have liked to know my hologram win rate. I think I am going to first pick hologram here. Hologram as a first card can enable all sorts of nonsense from your second card reward. It makes a claw way better, a streamline way better, any zero cost card way better, like go for the eyes or something. Ooh, and an early removal, sure. Happy to remove a strike. I think... yeah, happy to remove 1 strike. Maybe not necessarily 2 strikes, but certainly 1. Let's leave that hologram there. Hologram in the deck also makes upgrading the zap a lot more reasonable. I think I'll take 1 here. And now I get to choose between them. Personally, I think I'm going to have the much higher success with Streamline from here. Streamline immediately makes this elite a lot less threatening. Claw does not, unless I get another Claw in the shop. Of course, by saying that, I'm going to manifest one, only if I don't pick the Claw. If I do pick the Claw, it'll be the only Claw I see for the whole run. At least that's how it feels like it goes sometimes. But I think this Streamline is actually really swanky alongside our hologram. I'm not willing to submit to the law. I won't do it. See, there's no Claw here. But there is the 100% win rate relic. I literally can't lose if I buy this. It's math. Math says that. So that would be a way to lower my win rate using the data we just got. If anyone was wondering, how do you lower your win rate after looking the data? This is how. Well, maybe, actually. There's some interesting options in here. This is a really stacked shop, thanks to our purchasing power. I see a lot of things that I really like. Boot sequence for 37 gold is a very good deal. All three of these relics are quite nice. A Centennial puzzle. First time we lose health each combat, draw 3. I think this is particularly good on defect. Toy Ornithopter can heal us per potion use this early in the run. That's going to be a lot of health. Or, yes, the Abacus, giving us block whenever we shuffle the draw pile. We further enshronkify the deck. That could actually be quite a bit of block. Card removal looking pretty good here. All three potions looking pretty good here. So the question is, what do we use our limited money on? If I had 600 gold, I could easily see spending it all here. All three of these relics are excellent. And one of the lines that we should strongly consider is buying 2 relics, 2 out of 3. Question is, which 2? Acheron, thanks for 10 months. Acheron says, few months ago, couldn't beat the heart, but now I'm up to A13 on all characters. Congrats. Keep on climbing. Glad to hear the stream has helped. Keep watching. I'll keep teaching. Puzzle and remove. I like the combo of puzzle and abacus together, as we could get... Oh my god, we could even generate, like, mid-turn block using these. Right, like Centennial Puzzle Abacus, you can gain block during an enemy's multi-attack. That's kind of funny. Let's see, we have only one more combat before an elite arrives. So purchasing a potion is a very reasonable choice here. Probably buy the block potion. That would make the Ornithopter a reasonable purchase, because it would be guaranteed minimum 5 health. Puzzle, though. Puzzle seems powerful. Especially because we have the streamline, right? We want to either draw to it or redraw it. So card draw is going to be very exceptional for us. So I think somebody pointed out we can do puzzle, ornithopter, and a potion. Probably the flex potion. Let me do the math there. What about boot sequence, card remove, puzzle, potion? I like that quite a bit. 37 plus 75. 158. And, oh yeah, I can easily afford... I have over 100 left. I can easily afford the block potion still. And I think I would like to have a boot sequence. If I'm adding a boot sequence, I'll probably remove a basic defend here. We're not fighting Guardian. And we have elites to go through, so I'd rather remove a defend than a strike, I think. If I'm going to do this. And if I have a hologram, which I do. Man, I do like the world where we go puzzle abacus. I think that could be a really fun combo to try to plot around. And I think that we have a lot of long-term potential in abacus for this run. Like, this easily could be how you end up winning the whole run, but the main problem with this at this point is that we have to get through Hexaghost. And so any strategy that really relies on abacus is going to fall apart in that fight. Jerboam, thanks for 3 months of support. Nerf Nitro says, have I ever done an Ascension 20 run where I took 0 damage overall? I have done an Ascension 20 Watcher run where I took damage to Jawworm and nobody else. So I've come very, very close. All right, I think I've decided that's what we're doing. We're getting the puzzle, which I think is going to be a really, really good draw. Buying the block potion. I could even also buy the flex potion. I don't think I want to do that. That feels like over-preparing. With several more combats coming up. Boot sequence is going to be so useful in these non-elite combats. In particular. Although it might be less useful against the boss and these two elites. I think it's really nice with hologram during those fights. And it's going to be amazing in the hallway combats. So I think we're going to see a lot of success thanks to boot sequence here. Look at this. Give him the blip left. This is a fun turn. Yeah, if we strike this one twice and play Zap, you can kill them both. But I don't think that was very immediately apparent. Not even to me. Fun little lethal solve there. Oh, there's the second claw. Could have had it. Still could take it, actually. I think Hello World's actually quite reasonable, too. Never really end up liking Claw when I take it. You have to play it a lot of times for it to do real damage. I think I'd usually rather get a solve somehow else. But chat does love it. I still don't think it's good yet. I don't think so. Iwodo, how does chat react to me skipping cards right now? I say, it's clawful. Wish we could play the streamline twice here, but we'll probably redraw into it. with the hologram later. Getting the zap on turn 1, I think means we're in for a pretty good fight here against Gremlin Knob. Perfectly okay with this. Strike twice, do the damage, and we're going to draw 8 cards here. So we get these and 6 more. Question is, do I defend 1 time? I think it's worth it. We save 2 health this turn. Maybe have to pay a little bit of health next turn. But there's quite a few ways we can get a kill next turn. And that's one of them, by drawing the Streamline and the Hologram. Streamline does 20. Now it's free in the discard pile, does 20 again. Bap. Easy Gremlin Knob fight, and that's the power of the Streamline. Oh. Reboot's a rare card. I really wish we'd taken the Abacus now. Dang it. Still good, though. Reboot's a card I usually don't get a chance to take here. But it allows us to just redraw cards that are in the discard pile. Can also serve as just essentially free draw. Beam Cell makes the Streamline even deadlier, too. I might even upgrade that Reboot next. Interesting. Could almost consider going this way, with what we've gotten so far. Ooh, and an oddly smooth stone, giving us better block from our block cards. I think is going to be helpful, too. Might need the Tempest for Hexaghost? I don't think so. I think Beam Cell Streamline, especially if I keep the Strength Potion, is going to be plenty good. Not sure I get to keep that Strength Potion, though. Yeah, Beam Cell, great upgrade for Hexaghost, too. And I do need to keep Hexaghost in mind for my upgrades, so I probably won't be upgrading Reboot yet. Okay, let's keep going this way. Yikes. Or is it? The Abacus. Like I said, though, this would have to get past Hexaghost. Compile Driver and Cool Headed are both pretty good as well. Actually, I really like the Cool Headed. Just straight up block and draw. Cool Headed particularly helps us against the 3 Sentries fight, which might be a problem shortly. We know this isn't Gremlin Knob. This is either Lagavulin or Sentries, and in both, Cool Headed's very good. Not so much for Recycle, unfortunately. Recycle also does make the Streamline more effective, it's true. But you can say the same about Cool Headed, I think. Don't see a good use for this Ancient Potion for now, so I'm going to keep it on the ground compared to the other two. Skill Potion's got some potential utility for sure. Can I upgrade Beam Cell now for Hexaghost? And then if we find another card that's good against Hexaghost, we can also upgrade that, like Static Discharge or something. That's a lot of HP on a Legavulin, but I don't think we're going to have too much trouble with it, actually. Want to wake up with Streamline. So I either don't play this Beam Cell. Should have maybe considered not playing the Zap. Or I have an awkward turn next turn. I could also just reboot. But I'm going to wait on that. Okay, just wait. Let's get rid of Ascender's Bane and make the Streamline nice and cheap. We'll cast Streamline? Yeah, might as well. Okay, so we definitely want a second Frost Orb. If it doesn't draw the boot sequence... I guess Cool-Headed Defend is pretty good block this turn. Then we'll get the boot sequence guaranteed next turn. Let's see what the top card is, though. Zap. Okay. So yeah, we'll get boot sequence hologram next turn. Taking pretty minimal damage here. What is our potion chance, actually? I like that I can use this as command. 40%. So 40 here, 50 here. We're pretty likely to get a potion before this next elite. Let's use this. Okay, block 13 now, or just get another Frost Orb. Seven, 12. That would be 19. That'd be... no, 21, actually. Just take the one time. So this is 9 blocks. So if I defend twice, we will overblock here. Let's just defend one time and then reboot. Okay, now is our boot sequence. We'll hold off for a moment. There we go. The damage. So we took all of 2 damage there. Unfortunately, our boot sequence is maybe a little redundant now, as we have Anchor, giving us an extra 10 block on turn 1. Boat sequence. Amazing. Another reboot versus Claw and Streamline. How appropriate. I can't believe I didn't buy the Abacus. Well, I'm just going to take another reboot here. I think that's amazing. Especially if I can upgrade them both. Don't like your opening hand? Just get a new one. It's still the same, though. A reboot. Reboot sequence. Alright, back up to 2 potions. Offered another hologram. You better believe I'm going to take it. Turbo is also kind of... Nah, not with 2 reboots. It's not. Yeah, I want another hologram. For sure. Just play that one Streamline over and over and over. For maximum damage. I'm not afraid of a knob. Or these nerds. Although this turn 1 does leave something to be desired. Okay then. Okay. There we go. This is a fight where we could consider using the dexterity potion. Just taking 10 next turn. Nothing I can do about it. Be a little spooky. Not necessarily worried about having lower health against Hexaghost, mind you. Definitely gonna hollow the streamline and kill here. We full block anyway, so... Could be in trouble, though. Especially since I didn't get any frost down. Wondering if I need to strike the front one. I think I should. Although I'll get 3 more dazed added. The fight's not going to go on long enough. We need our damage to be maximally efficient to end the fight quickly here. I guess with 1 health, I probably should rest before Hexaghost, huh? We are full of fat stacks of cash, though, and we are offered an all-for-one at the end of it all, or a second streamline. I actually think the all-for-one's pretty decent, even without a claw yet. All-for-one returns streamline once it's free, returns reboot or boot sequences that I chose not to play. It's another decent attack for Hexaghost, too. Second streamline's also viable. This would have been a ludicrously good claw deck. It still could be, actually. Because at this point, we only need 2 claws to go really, truly crazy with them. But it's all dependent on us getting through the Hexaghost fight. And as much as I would like to upgrade one of my holograms, I'm pretty sure we'll have a better time if I sleep here. I generally think Hexaghost is a fight you can do with very low health, but I don't think you can do it with 1. Very often. And I am going to employ the Strength Potion for bonus damage in this fight. Pretty happy that we drew Streamline turn 1. Not so happy about the all-for-one and the hologram alongside. But we do have another hologram after all. Could also maybe consider the Dexterity Potion, but I don't think that we're going to need it here. It's really all about whether we do enough damage quickly enough. And that's where the Strength Potion comes in. So I hologram, streamline, play it. And then cool-headed? Yeah, and then cool-headed. And then all of this goes to the discard pile. That too. So all of this is now a valid all-for-one target. Well, that'll be a good turn next turn, huh? So I actually don't want to draw anything. Only taking 2. No, if I play the defend, we're taking 0. So I can hologram zap here. Okay, let's do that. Because here we get to Beam Cell, Streamline, All for One, Beam Cell, Streamline, and then block the damage. Try again. Good enough. Streamline. And we could have even all for one it back into our hand there that turn. Hilariously appropriate potion, Liquid Memories, lets us get a card from the discard pile. Makes it free for the turn. And we're offered some interesting choices here. Choices I really like. Core Surge. Damage up front and Artifact, blocking a debuff. Hyper Beam. Big damage to all enemies at the cost of focus. Or Meteor Strike. Doing big damage and channeling 3 plasma, but very difficult to play. I think Core Surge is pretty good here up front. We would be pretty happy with a Bias Cognition if we saw one. And it can block various annoying enemy debuffs like the Chosen. But I also think Hyper Beam is fantastic here, because it does damage to all enemies, which is something we currently lack the ability to do. And quite a lot of it besides. It's also a card that we can potentially play twice in succession, either with Reboot or the Holograms, and we have a Beam Cell to further boost its damage. So this is a really good card for solving the elite fights of Act 2. And for that reason, I'm strongly considering it here. Let's do it. Oh my. The choices. I can't believe I didn't take that Abacus. I'm just saying. This would have been the best Abacus of all time. So our options. A, Runic Pyramid, letting us retain our hand every turn. Pyramid Reboot is fascinating. I like Pyramid with Boot Sequence quite a lot. I like Pyramid with any source of card draw, the Centennial Puzzle. And I particularly like Pyramid with All for One. Although the All for One can only ever fetch the Streamline in the Beam Cell, because we can no longer discard Boot Sequence. So we lose the All for One Boot Sequence interaction. That's interesting. Pandora's Box would transform 6 cards here. It's not too bad. Or we could start with a Plasma Orb. I'm thinking Runic Pyramid, personally. This deck will work very, very well with Retain. Particularly if we can reliably get back our Hyper Beam, or if we can save the Hyper Beam for the last possible moment. Lots of good reasons to do that. I'll take it. I'll take it. And we're going to head to the shop, wherever that may be. Looks like... Yeah, I literally can't not do that, apparently. So that's nice. How spicy do I feel? Can I handle 4 elites? I guess each one of them can be opted out of, right? We can avoid this, go here. We can avoid this, go here. This last one can't be avoided, though. That's okay. But I'm eyeing something like this. Juicy. Bob the Snake says, how do you deal with status cards with Pyramid now? Reboot is actually a way to do that. We could put the status cards into the draw pile if they're clogging our hand. It has some protection there. Mostly our answer to status cards for the moment is kill the enemies with only 1 or 2 draw-throughs. We have an easy answer to the Slavers with Hyper Beam, so we're not worried about those 3 wounds per turn too much. Burns are less of a problem because they leave the hand. Block 21, huh? That's a pretty good amount to block. Heck, this guy, apparently. Deliberately short myself the third defend there so that we can draw 3 more cards. So I can't quite Hyper Beam yet. Didn't get the Beam Cell. Or actually, no, I do Hyper Beam. We Hyper Beam, defend. Take a little bit here. I feel like I should use the Dex Potion. Don't have a way to kill them both effectively here. Can't streamline hologram streamline or anything fancy like that. Could use the liquid memories to kill them both. But I think I'd rather just take the 5 damage. It's not like I have any orbs in play, right? And here we go, streamline strike. Claw plus. It's time, chat. It's a plus you cannot refuse. It's a good hologram target. Comes back with all for one. Good with reboot too. There's some fun stuff we can do. I do want the latest shop, right? Yeah. Oh, bonus chosen encounter. Spooky. Not yet. Souffleur. Guess I'll just play this a bunch of times. Holding onto the Hyper Beam as our finisher. Just defend 3 times. I'd really like to see my attack cards, though. You know? Thank you. Strange person. 29. The Claw. Could take a second copy of Beam Cell. Don't particularly feel the need to. Let's keep skipping for now. Snake Blonde. Some spooky stuff. Do I want 2 zaps? Nay. Could be a fight for the Dex Potion. We'll see how this next turn goes. Looks pretty gnarly. And I did this to myself, mind you. Could have held on to our boot sequence and not played the reboot. I chose to do something else. So, with Dex Pot, these will block for 6 each. We'll take 12. I'm cool with that. No good use for the liquid memories. Not even liquid memories streamline would secure a kill. Let me draw to a full hand, so we'll be okay here. Again, not in a position to kill it. It's okay. Plant doesn't attack me next turn. Hit it hard this turn, kill it next turn. Or just kill it this turn, actually. Not too bad. And we do get our potion back. We also get either another boot sequence or another hologram. Unupgraded, though, still. Don't know that I want any more unupgraded holograms. It's going to be a task and a half just to get them upgraded as it is. I think we're going to skip. Oh, purple fire spirits. Hey, I know what we're going to do here. Who needs 2 reboots? I mean, really. With the pyramid, I don't think both of them are necessarily good. And if we give up a rare card here, not only do we get healed to full, but we gain 10 max hit points as well. Which means we chonky. And at last, a shop. With $673, we can now buy quite a few powerful things. Apotheosis with Pyramid is good. Oh, definitely. Apotheosis with 2 unupgraded holograms is good. I think Dark Shackles with Pyramid is very good. I think Reprogram with 2 holograms is pretty good. But I think we might want to look at the Orrery first. This is also one of our higher win rate relics, right? Choose and add 5 cards. We get to look at a whole bunch of card rewards with the Apotheosis in consideration and figure out what to pick from there. But it's great. We're well within our rights here to buy Orrery, Apotheosis, Dark Shackles, card remove, and more. Let's see what's in here. Cool-headed rebound loop. Go for the eyes. Another reprogram. Another reprogram. Oh my goodness. And this one's got a turbo too. All right, so I think what we do is transition into double reprogram. I like it. Okay, let's do that. So grab this reprogram, this turbo. I need the turbo, not the reprogram. I'll take the charged battery. And I could take 1 rebound if I wanted to. Yeah, let's take 1 rebound. Not 2, just 1. We take the Apotheosis. We take the other reprogram. We take the Dark Shackles. We take the card remove. And we now remove Zap. So with double reprogram, we're going to be able to exchange all of our focus for strength and dexterity, which will make our blocks and attacks way, way more effective, particularly the zero-cost stuff. With Runic Pyramid giving us retain, this is really going to tie itself together in a pretty delightful fashion, I think. This is just not getting good turn ones is the core problem, but I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be mostly fine. Prior to Apotheosis, we might have some problems, though. I need to make sure I have enough card space available to draw 5 cards here. I really don't like playing unupgraded reprogram, but I'm going to do it here. I'm going to keep this hologram for now. Do boot, defend, strike. Lose some of the puzzle draw if I do this. Or I can play the hologram. Even if I Essence of Steel, it won't work the way I want it to. It's a perfect block. I could Turbo Hyper Beam Strike. I really don't want to do that without the Beam Cell bonus damage, though. Alright, I think I'm just going to do this. We'll waste some of the puzzle draw. Okay, Shackles is here. But we really need to find that Apotheosis. In desperation, we could try to look for it with rebounds. I'm going to try to keep the Dark Shackles for next turn, which will be 7 times 5. Then after that, there'll be another 24 turn. And after that will be 7 times 7, which we're hoping to not see. Hopefully we'll have 1 by then. It's a reasonable time to rebound Turbo, so I can get a lot of cards out of my hands. Block with battery. Probably hologram that battery. Yeah. Take a little bit here, and I'm going to play Turbo so that I can streamline. With room in hand. Oh, we got the 24 this turn instead. Interesting. Either way, we found our Apotheosis. All for One will bring back only Turbo to my hand, and I think I'm okay with that. That's the draw pile. Actually, I could also use it to get dual cast back. Yeah, these are some tricky draws, huh? Telling me. Can't use the reboot effectively. So how do I get block? I dual cast this. That's sad. Okay. Get 10 block, at least. I really want these cards next turn, so... particularly this card next turn, so I'm not going to reboot here. Also, our discard pile is full of garbage, so... really rather not put that in the draw pile. But we should be able to decisively win from here. Yeah, actually, we win on this turn, which means I should have used Dark Shackles last turn. To save the health. I had the position to mat that, too. Recycle versus Go for the Eyes. Both are pretty spicy. I think the Recycle's a little better here, because it's going to let me create hand space for the All for One. Or let me find the Apotheosis earlier, potentially. Speaking of, we'll upgrade that Apo first. Alright, elite number 2 is the 3 Slavers. How will our draw look against these fools? That is the question before us today. So, incoming damage, 29. I don't want to block for 29 then. By hologram cool-headed, that's exactly what I would block for, right? 25? Yeah. So I can hologram the cool-headed, I just can't play it. I think that means I just play the dual cast. Nice job, dual cast. Could play hologram to get back one of those cards. I'd rather get a different card back, almost assuredly. So I'll take a little bit of extra damage and draw one fewer card to keep the hologram around, because it could redraw Turbo or something, you know? Alright, looking pretty good. I think we have an easy-ish solve now. So we've got both Hyper Beam and Turbo in my hand, although not Apotheosis or Reprogram. We can, in fact, double Hyper Beam here. Turbo... Actually, wait, can I? By Turbo, Hologram, Turbo. Go to 5 energy, 4 energy, 6 energy. Yes, we can do that. That doesn't kill them all, though. It only kills the back one, because we do 19 times 2. Still, I don't see much of a problem with it. We could also do interesting things with Streamline, actually. Oh, I think that's where I think that's the play, is actually use the streamline. So then I can get another turbo play in there. If I turbo, streamline, hologram, streamline, hologram, turbo. Use that to play all for one. We'll get back turbo and streamline. I think that's the line. So now I can play this streamline immediately, or I can just hold on to it. Let's see, 22 incoming damage. We're blocking 10. Perfect. 21. Math is hard. Let's try to kill the middle one next, I think. Don't want to be weakened anymore. Don't want to be wounded anymore either. This is quickly becoming a problem for us if we don't find a way to kill them both. Which I think actually means I should rebound the Hyper Beam. When I can. Could also liquid memories to get out of this if I need to. Alright, I'll take the 1. There we go. Okay. Feeling better now. So, double Hyper Beam with Beam Cell kills them both. Although I should kill one of them this turn. Does Beam Cell rebound Beam killing you? Yes. Good. Not too bad. Alright, the three slavers are gone. Now we have a shuriken. If we play 3 attacks in 1 turn, then we will gain point of strength. Another chance at a meteor strike here. A lot more playable with turbo and recycle. Interesting. Yeah, actually. Give me that. And a preserved insect to make elites even smaller. Let's keep going. Kill the tiny book of stabbing. Here, finally, apotheosis on an early turn. Now we can show off the true power this deck has. I'll take 4 on purpose. Behold. Bonk. Oh wow, you're just like super dead. I could do so much more damage on that turn. Nunchaku will give us energy for every 10 attacks played. Steam Barrier could be okay. Actually don't have that many block cards. Steam Barrier seems like a nice addition. And it's free. Who needs orbs? I mean, really. Whoever would need an orb? Could hologram the Hyper Beam here. I think I want the boot sequence next turn, though. Let's do this. the Blankening. Plus 9 is 43. That's not enough. But wait, what if I had 1,000,000 energy? Finally, a go for the eyes. Perfect. It's one of the missing pieces of the puzzle here, letting us apply Weaken while also scaling off our strength. Recursion could be kind of weird. Zero cost, cycle a plasma orb, gain 2 energy, but I don't think so. Passed to go for the eyes earlier, yes, but it was up against Reprogram. And I needed the 2 reprograms. More than I needed the first go for the eyes. Now that we have the 2 reprograms, we can take our go for the eyes. Let's see. Upgrades that I like. Most upgrades are mostly so that we can get to the Apotheosis easier. And to that end, I like Turbo and Recycle. So that we can clear hand space. Particularly the Recycle, I think, is an important first. That way we can delete cards that are in the way of us drawing cards. Might get attacked for a lot of damage next turn. At least the Mystic's not buffing here, but we will be frail. I'll keep my block cards. Okay, just 14. Not too bad. Sort of stalling for time here. Here we go. Could maybe be setting up our Nunchaku to be... I don't think I need Recycle and Turbo. And 2 Turbos, rather. I'll skip here. Is there an Infinite in this deck now? Not without Madness, I don't think. There is a Hyper Beam in this deck now. Actually, maybe should have kept that Claw. Yeah, for Beam Cell. Rebound the Streamline. Pantograph is healing. Sunder, normally a card I'm excited about. I think it's not so good here. Stack could be pretty good, though. Like, shockingly good. Block for the number of cards in our discard pile. Let's do it. Let's take 1 stack. I think that's a card I've been underpicking a lot. It's a lot better with Runic Pyramid. It's a lot better with Reprogram style stuff, too. Get the Turbo upgraded. Well, that's not an ideal turn 1. I pass. Maybe I actually wanted to play that defend there to create hand space. In either case, we've got a lot of energy to work with this turn, so things should be okay. I could actually set up a Meteor Strike play next turn if I only play skills this turn, including Charge Battery. We'll start with 4 energy at the start of the next turn. I can use Go for the Eyes Nunchaku to get 5 energy. That guarantees a Meteor Strike play next turn. Let's do that. If I get 3 Plasma in play, I think we'll have an easy fight. Let's just do Battery. Let's see, what is this? 24? Battery Defend is 20. Do I use the... I could also hologram the Charge Battery. That's another way to do it. Let's actually do this. Program, Defend, Boots Against. We also got Recycle, which can also get the Meteor Strike in play. Either way, behold the energy. Do that. I would have liked to remove Artifact off the Automaton, but... Potato Tomato. Hey. Alright, our Apotheosis is a known quantity. It's there. So... All for One gets back Claw, Go for the Eyes, and Recycle. Currently, I have 6 energy because of Plasma. That's nice news. That means we could do something like Hyper Beam, Hologram Hyper Beam, if I wanted to. Draw one first. Streamline is here too. Okay. We could Hologram Meteor Strike. That's probably even better, as that would refund a lot of energy too. We'll have to lose this hologram, which I think I'm okay with. So I can do Strike, Hyper Beam, Apotheosis. Actually, I want to do All for One. We'll go Steam Barrier. All for One. Get rid of the Streamline. Get rid of the Streamline. Hyper Beam. Now upgrade everything. Go for the Eyes. Steam Barrier. Recycle this. Now we can reprogram. Claw. Reboot. And the turn keeps going. Could now recycle Meteor Strike for 1 billion more energy. Instead, I'll just play Cool-Headed to start. Let's get rid of this Defend, so I can go Program, Hologram, Reprogram. And we're off to the races. Just absolutely going to town on this nerd. Still haven't taken damage in this fight. 20 block from stack, 20 block from charge battery. All the good zero-cost stuff is in the draw pile, so I'll just leave 2 energy unspent. Hyper Beam. More like... Diaper Beam. Nice block. Didn't even use the stack that blocked for 27. I'm the one who beams. Multicast has interesting potential with the Plasma Orbs, can serve as a double energy card, but might be completely irrelevant. Reboot has rebooted, and is back again. In case we decide we changed our mind, or in Electrodynamics to make Lightning Orbs hit all enemies, we're not doing Lightning Orb stuff. So I'm thinking this is a skip. Energy Potion looks good, though, for getting... Let's lose the colorless. For getting Meteor Strike into play. Fun set of options. Fusion Hammer. Can no longer upgrade at rest sites, but we get more energy. I mean... That's a pretty low downside with Apotheosis. Calling Bell would give us 6 max health for the curse in addition to... 3 relics, 1 common, 1 uncommon, 1 rare. Or Empty Cage. Remove 2 cards from the deck, dunk 2 strikes, and make this deck a bit more consistent. I think that's also pretty good. Cage makes it easier for us to find our Apotheosis, but you could maybe make the argument that so does the Fusion Hammer, because the higher base energy of the Fusion Hammer means we'll be able to clear our hand more consistently. So I'm rather inclined to go Fusion Hammer here. Although I think the Cage and the Calling Bell both have reasonable arguments. I'm definitely a little concerned about fighting, say, Darklings with only 3 energy per turn. I'm going to take this hammer. Although I think that quite reasonably all 3 of these can lead to a victory for us. I'm sure we'll find good uses for additional energy as well. What I am going to do is make it a priority to get the strikes out of this deck. So what we're going to do is head to multiple stores, maybe even 3 if we have enough money. Let's see, is it exclamation point removal? Okay, so it's 125 for one. It'll be 150 for the next. We can only reasonably afford 2 of these. Unless I get 999 gold, maybe. In which case, things change. Maybe I'll end up going to this event. Actually, yeah, I don't even necessarily want to go to a rest site, right? So yeah, we'd like to maximize unknown rooms. Could even... like, really try to force it? I don't think that's a good idea. If you have Omamori and Darkstone and get a curse, which kicks in first? Omamori prevents you from getting a curse, therefore Darkstone won't give you any benefit. Be Water, thank you so much for 8 months of support. Heck yeah. We do want card rewards and such. DJ Banner, thanks for 2 months. Tell me what Ori chose here. Ori gave us 2 reprograms, essentially. That was the main thing the Ori did. That was the moment we decided to go double reprogram. And boy, did it work out. Alright, well, a lot of unspent energy there. Yeah, and we picked up Rebound, that's right. Not afraid of double spikers at all here. But maybe I should be. I don't think I should be. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. Oh. Unplayable. For now. Still is. Looking yikes here. $22, 36, 45. 45? Terrifying. Let's see, we get another 1434 plus this much. Could also use the energy potion to get the meteor strike in play, but I probably should have done that last turn, actually. Guess I don't care about a small amount of damage taken. Let's do this. Not really worth using a potion over 4 health, right? Can't quite rebound the Hyper Beam here. Do this, though. I really don't think this deck wants powers that much. Reprogram and powers usually don't go all that well together. What a joy to see you here, Hyper Beam. Although I'm going to wait for the block to wear off before I use you. Or that, yeah. Exactly. 21. Can't kill one without the potion. That's okay. Kill that one instead. Take a bit here on purpose. Don't feel the need to. Maybe I should have. No, I just hologram the Hyper Beam and we win, of course. Don't be silly. Alright, it's time for another claw, I think. Right? Wait, is it? I actually don't think another claw is helping that much. It gets in the way of the reprograms, gets in the way of the draws. It's actually not helpful. We just want the one upgraded claw, the perfect claw. Nah, who am I kidding? We'll do it. We'll do it. Take more holograms, too. Secret technique could be a way to make the apotheosis show up earlier. I'm here to remove strikes. And that's what I'm going to do. You are not a mind bloom. Please explain yourself. Creature. Foul beast. This enemy changes their intent every time you hit them, which means hitting them is sometimes bad. When that's the case, you gotta be very careful. Careful manipulation of the enemy's intent is the most effective strategy. Just keep giving me attacks. Okay. Let's try that again. Better. Much better. There you are. At long last. Defragment Plus, not on my watch. Reinforced Body, however. That looking pretty good, especially with our energy generation from the Meteor Strike. It's going to be lots of block times lots of energy. Scaling in both directions there. Cool. Yeah, ew, Defragment Plus. Who wants that? Oh, hey, I think I found the use case for the energy potion. I knew I was holding onto that thing for a reason. Playing Meteor Strike right now sure seems like something that's very important to do. So let's do it. Bonk this nerd. Otherwise, this fight could get really out of control in a very unpleasant way. If we cannot play any of the cards in our hand on this turn. Yeah, this is sad. Sad, I tell you. But if I can hologram the Meteor Strike and kill a bunch of daggers, it's not so sad after all. Then we'll just laugh, laugh, laugh. All the way to the bank. Easy. Sell Repto here. Okay, we take some damage, but not too much. I'm gonna keep that in my hands. And now we do even more damage, and we get the energy potion back. How cute. Don't think we need another turbo. We're doing just fine off our 4 base energy per turn. And yes, we decided we're going to go to this event rather than... It's another merchant. All right. Thanks. Thanks. Oh my. Some really nice things in the shop here, though. In terms of spinning the deck or otherwise comboing here. A little bit late for Omomori to be useful, blocking curses. There's Medical Kit to let us play status cards, but there's also Madness to reduce a card to 0 cost. If we Madness the All-for-One or... Actually, even Madnessing a hologram, any hologram, will be sufficient to create an infinite combo of hologram, All-for-One, turbo. I think with the recycle, though, the medkit is a little extraneous. Useful in Spear and Shield, mostly. The Brem, thanks for that Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. I might also just remove a card, which I would do here. But that way leads to Madness. Not even sure I care about Madness. We don't need to go infinite. How many holograms do I have? Like, enough? Enough. Okay, I'm just gonna look at the next shop, actually. Discovery, hologram, Chemical X. Makes our reinforced body go off 2 more times. Interesting. Master of Strategy could be some really good card draw. That might be better than a card removal. It's more money than a card removal, but I think it might be better than a card removal. Let's do it. Wish I could take the Happy Flower, but it's our last chance for the blue key. We must take it. Let's take some events here. Double Orb Walkers, one of the most dangerous fights in the game. I'm not afraid. I am not afraid. I should click the claw, actually. But that's okay. We recycle this Meteor Strike. But I can just hyper beam my heart out. Beautiful. Get a Gurya. I can now gain strength at rest sites. I guess I'm going to go this way. Or that's equivalent to. But we can lift 1 time before the end of the act. Get in there, Claw. 1 time in Act 4 as well. And we can duplicate a card in our deck. Oh my. The possibilities are endless. Could dupe Apotheosis, so we don't have to worry about finding it. It's actually rather interesting. Could get a 4th Claw, a 2nd Turbo, another Recycle. Actually, dupe Recycle seems pretty swanky. Also like double Reinforced Body a lot. Or even double Master of Strategy. Double Master of Strategy seems very good too. So I'm going to duplicate the card draw. And go here to lift first. Yes, that's a more logical progression. turn there. Okay, here's the point where we'd prefer to have drawn at least one Apotheosis by now, huh? Oh well. Oh well. She could have won that turn with Hologram on all for one. Not sure why I was too obsessed with getting to the Apotheosis when we can just win before even getting there. Cute. Lots of valid ways to play this deck. Hello and welcome, fledgling Lestat. Lestat asks, how many cards should I have in a deck? Saw some streams from the Watcher today and he barely had 15 cards and removes all his strikes and defends. Generally speaking, getting rid of your strikes and defends, no matter what character you're on, getting rid of the starter cards is almost always a good idea, as the other cards the character has access to can be more efficient. That said, an ideal deck size is not necessarily something to have a fixed number on. There is power both in having a very few number of cards, that way you always know what you're going to draw, or having a very large number of cards, because such a deck can have either multiple copies of one-time use cards, or it can have different answers to different combats kind of incorporated within it. My winning heart runs tend to be in the 30 to 40 card range. I usually build a large, complicated deck, but it's very much possible to do so with 5 or fewer cards, getting the minimalist challenge. The Watcher character, I think, has a bit of a greater reward for building smaller decks than the other characters do. But all of them can easily create a 5 or fewer card deck that can beat the entire game. Lots of different ways to do it. Many different ways. Be a tough fight. All right. To shreds, you say? That's the beta art for the boot sequence. Each character has an alternate set of art that you can unlock. It's a Inspector Gadget reference, that one. The meteors are on strike. So the beta arts are sort of cutesy alt versions of the card arts that you're allowed to get. They're pretty fun. Still think one beam cell's fine. Alright, have to recall at this final fire. And then it's going to be this deck versus the Time Eater. One of the first big obstacles for players coming in to slay the Spire. This boss can really give you trouble if you're not used to considering your enemy's abilities in how you play your cards. Time Eater automatically ends your turn whenever you play 12 cards, gaining strength. That means you need to carefully consider how many cards you're going to play on each turn, and you need to weigh which cards are worth playing and which ones aren't. Both are sort of tricky things to sort out at times. My rule of thumb is that if a card doesn't do at least 10, 10 damage, 10 block, 10 whatever, then you're going to be usually losing out if you play that card against the Time Eater. Usually. Not always, mind you. This one won't give me a thingy, but it does do more damage right now. And it does get out of the hand, which is what I want. I'm going to take 8 damage on purpose here and drop to a full hand. Early Apotheosis, definitely happy to see it here. So we'd like to... Hologram, go for the eyes. Only can do 2 cards next turn, or I could play 2 more cards right now. We'll just do 2 next turn. Sequence stack will be sufficient. Alright, good stuff is beginning. Recycle is here. Recycle and get rid of, let me get rid of cards I don't want to play, like Stinky Strike here. Times 4. I think we're going to be hologramming all for one at this point. With 3 claws in the discard pile, that looks pretty good, actually. I would like to dual cast this Frost, huh? Oh, I can't. We'll do it like that. Not like that. So do I what? Recycle hologram? Seems kind of crazy. And yet, I think it's correct. So I can block more with the reinforced here. Keep you weakened. Hit him with the claw. Then on this turn, all we have to do is get Time Eater below half HP to avoid an attack next turn. I think actually if we put an emphasis on damage dealt here, we can actually kill the Time Eater before they're able to clear their debuffs. Especially if I play a ton of cards every turn. Yeah, now we just reprogram, rebound the claw, and claw. And just like that, the Time Eater is obliterated by our huge stats. The program really working for us there, although you note that the fight was mostly won before we even drew the root programs, which is a pretty good sign. This fight against the Awakened one will be even easier. This boss only gains strength when you play powers. Deliberate order there, by the way. I played boot sequence first, then reprogram, so we take exactly 1 damage from the boss, and I draw more cards on my turn. Could have perfectly blocked with reprogram then boot sequence, but if I do that, the puzzle won't draw me the cards. Am I willing to recycle Reinforced Body to play this Meteor Strike? Let's master strategy first. Yes, I'm willing to recycle the Reinforced Body. Plasma. Alright, we'll wait until next turn to do more stuff. Again, now we're practically winning the fight before even drawing the Apotheosis this time. The call. Sure, just make that 0 cost, eh? Hello? Well, I think we just kill this turn then. Again, just win the fight before we even see it. Nice hand of cards. To make room in hand. I don't really want to get rid of that, actually. I want to have 4 spots in my hand so that I guarantee draw everything. 1. Like this then. Satisfying. GG, nerd. Oh, that poor guy did not stand a chance against the power of the All for One. Is this the Heart of the Spire, the source of all this card draw? Does Apotheosis being on the deck, bottom of the deck, even matter? All these questions and more resound through your mind as we step onwards into the final act, enswollening ourselves further. Now 3 innate points of strength plus the Shuriken, plus the reprograms. Bag of Prep and membership card, where were you forever ago? Heck. This final shop sure is a disappointment. Although I could maybe see taking Panacea to go with this speed potion. Let's do that. Panacea plus the Speed Potion equals 5 permanent dex. The phrasing on Speed Potion says, gain 5 dex at the end of your turn, lose 5 dexterity. And if that is indeed what occurs, and you have a artifact charge, you don't lose the 5 dex. Pretty sweet. Not exactly an inspiring turn 2 here. At least we've got a lot of block in hand. There's that Panacea. Could use it now. Let's just go Turbo Master Strategy to start. Okay, we did get Meteor Strike. Well now. And I have a Liquid Memories, you say? So let's say I do that. Let's say I go reprogram Meteor Strike, Liquid Memories, Meteor Strike, Hologram Meteor Strike. How much energy is that? Go down to 1. Liquid Memories, play this again. Gain 6, go to 7. Hologram, go to 6. Play this, go to 1. Gain 6, go to 7. So I'll have 7 energy left. We will block for 5 plus 12 plus 9 times 7. 80 block. 80 block. $14 plus 60. Okay, yes, 80. So, all of that math to say, I'm allowed to face the Spire shield at the end of the turn if I do this. That's what I want to do. Intentional order as well. We're going to block this debuff, not the reprogram debuff. Not that it really matters here. Actually, am I allowed to Steam Barrier instead of Boot Sequence here? Currently taking 60, 74, 78. So I need 10 more block? No, I can't. Actually, wait. If I short myself, will I get the Centennial Puzzle draw? And I have Pantograph. I want to short myself. Even better. And now we're set up for the kill on this turn, which is what all that math last turn was for. To make this turn nice and clean. Bonk. Wow, this Meteor Strike certainly ended up being almost the MVP of the deck once we were able to play it, huh? No surprise to me there. Really happy with the Swift Potion. Not happy with any of these cards, not even the Barrage. It's heart fighting time, and I think we're fantastically set up for it. To use the Swift Potion on turn 1, since I can't get the draw from the puzzle. Yeah, weird wording. Quick clarification. Any effects in Slay the Spire that say costs 0 this turn, those will also wear off if you play the card. So you cannot use the card multiple times in the same turn for free. Because Spire is a liar. Oh. Well, that would be the other energy potion then, huh? In the exact same situation, I'll take it. Don't get Panacea here, which means we won't be able to block the vulnerable, but I'm looking to block the speed potion anyway, so that's fine. One big hit coming our way. Happy to see Dark Shackles in hand. That'll block next turn, but we have to survive this turn, which is unfortunately easier said than done currently. Guess there's no reason not to use this. Start with that. We've got quite a bit more draw that we can have access to. Don't have anything to recycle yet. Let's just do this. Not good enough. Still not good enough. Maybe this is the speed potion turn, just so that I can mitigate. Problem is, every hologram I play is going to get deleted here. I can hologram the cool-headeds as well. Don't want to reboot and put all of this back into the raw pile. Not with a full hand, anyway. I'm okay going down to one hologram. Just gonna block as hard as I can. And that's 11. All for one doesn't get back much. Okay, that's fine. That'll be good enough. It was just ahead. Dang it, Panacea. That's okay. That is okay. We're in good hands now. At least one would hope so. What is this? Hologram cool-headed? Hologram... I want to reboot with 2 ethereal cards in hand. Hologram reprogram is very reasonable, too. Let's get started with that. Yikes. For all cards I really want over there. Gonna be a lot better on the second draw through. That's for sure. We still have all for one, just kind of kicking around. Just need to make room in hand. Okay, here we go. Now we can start to do some stuff. But it's going to involve Beat of Death first. All of the blocks were on the bottom, apparently. That's kind of wild. There we go. Good lord. Have I tried blocking? I've tried. Boy, have I tried. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A lot of free cards in there. I'm going to rebound that as reinforced. Should be very, very good from here. Truly ridiculously good. I should reboot now. Yeah. Play that Meteor Strike again. Easy. GG, Mr. Hart. Good fight. Very good fight. The claw has bested you to this day. GG. GG. What a run. We initially refused the claw, but then saw the way. The power of hologram. Power of pyramid. The power of good block. What a successful run. GG. GG. Hello and welcome, Onjul. Onjul asks, will XCOM 2 be recorded for YouTube? I have plans in motion to launch a secondary YouTube channel. Baylor Plays, it'll be called, where we're going to be uploading non-Spire related content, stuff like the Into the Breach, the XCOM, our community game, stuff like that. Keep your eyes peeled for that sometime later this year. Still just getting it set up right now, but yes, we are going to have a YouTube channel for that kind of content. It also is available on the Archives channel. I think that link is not correct. At least got to fix that one. Not sure which prior pieces of content that we've done will end up there at this moment. So I can't make any specific promises, but I do know the XCOM 2 is intended for that. The Spire sleeps, and so shall I. There you go. Thank you, Fayley. Kick it in with the upgraded command. What a delightful run. What a delightful run. Another win marked for Dark Shackles, another win marked for Pyramid. Another win marked for starting with 250 gold. Certainly turned into a juicy run. Can't wait to see what we do with the Watcher next. I'll almost assuredly swap our starter relic for a boss relic with her. But before I do that, I'm going to take a quick break, refill my legs, stretch my water. When I return, more Spire. Don't go nowhere, folks. I will be right back. Alrighty, folks, we are back. The streamline carried us so hard in the early game. Easy 3-turn Gremlin Knob because of streamline. We dunked on Lagavulin, almost died to sentries though. Oh, that's right, I forgot this run went down to 1 hit point. Never give up on a Spire run. You never know what might be around the next corner. That's wild. 1 hit point victory. Another thing I think was worth mentioning here, this Centennial puzzle absolutely carried a huge portion of this run as well, with its ability to generate upfront draw on turn 2, with precise amount of block on turn 1. Or even in later turns, and I think it absolutely justified the high percentage win rate that we saw looking at our data. Centennial's the new bag of prep. It's pretty good. Remove 2 is a mighty fine start on the Watcher, I do have to say. I think that is one of the best, especially for 6 max health. But I want to swap some boss relics today. So let's do that instead. We'll get a Sozu. Definitely not as appealing of a start, but I think a starter relic that the Watcher... What a turnaround, right? I think the Watcher can handle a Sozu start more often than not. Potions to me are like a sort of backup, a consistency thing. But if you have a deck of cards that is inherently consistent and doesn't need the aid of potions, then, well, wonderful things can happen. Want one event, I think. Plus 4 energy per turn, don't forget. We do get an upside for losing out on all of our potions forever. At least it's not a Buster Crown, big agree. But still very much a winnable run. Bip pop. Blappity bonk. Ooh. I'm going to upgrade the wallop rather than transforming because I think that the additional strength actually lets me go this way now. We'll upgrade Eruption at the rest site. But I prefer Sozu or Ectoplasm at the start of a run. I think I prefer Sozu. I don't know if that's true. Actually, a takeable swivel with Wallop here, but I'm going to grab a Carve Reality for some upfront damage and put a Smite into my hand. I do consider that one of the better early game attacks on Watcher. Still tracks the potion chance. It's funny. We don't need that. It just might work. So far, we are absolutely just crushing everything. That 4 energy per turn, more than making the early game of Watcher easy. Rushdown and Sanctity, both really good. Both sources of card draw here. I have to imagine Rushdown is the better long-term pick for draw whenever we enter Wrath. But Sanctity is absolutely takeable. Not so without Miracle, actually. Let's go with the Rushdown. Hey there, I'm Dory. I think we'll be doing an Ironclad run after the Watcher, especially if this Watcher run is quick. Which it's on pace to be. Oof. I've never lost a run with Indignation, they say. Remove Defend. I am going to buy this on sale Indignation. That's another source of Wrath entry, which I think is appealing now that we have Rushdown, and can let me apply Vulnerable to stuff. And now we will upgrade the eruption. Hey, no worries, I'm Dory. Totally get it. Pretty good odds I draw Wallop or Vigilance next turn. Let's see, I have 9 plus 48 damage. Yeah, 48 damage. This does 12. So we go Eruption, Carve, Smite. 9 plus 36. 45. Yes. Yes. Then I get to strike you. And hopefully this turn doesn't suck. Oh, good. Works for me. Do I want Rushdown? Probably. I want to put it in the draw pile. Do I actually take a full 10 here? Strike, Rushdown, Vigilance. This only does 8 because of Metallicize. This is a question of whether it lets me save a strike next turn. 36. You're below 36. So no, it doesn't. So we go Rushdown, Vigilance, Defense. I'm going to re-enter Wrath here, because we just need to get kills. Might take 20, but we can survive it. Only 10. Alright, I'd say that was probably worth it. We get 33 gold, the Mummified Hand, which makes a card in our hand free whenever we play a power. Potion I'm not even going to dignify with a pickup, and you betcha, a way to get out of Wrath and into a stance that isn't Wrath. That's perfect. There's a reason for striking the Sentinel in the back versus the front. Usually I'll just target whichever one is less health between the two of those. In some cases, it may be more effective to pick the one that most efficiently uses your damage cards. For example, if you draw exactly 45 damage worth of cards, it might be better to kill a 45 health one than a 39 health one with those cards, so that you have less work to do in the future. But usually I advocate going lowest health first. Is Fear Novel the best stance change card? I might give that crown to Meditate, perhaps. Although you can't use Meditate as part of an infinite combo. One could argue for Eruption, too, quite frankly. Let's see, 44 health should be plenty for now. We're in Act 1. Let's upgrade again. Good upgrades at the moment include +4 base damage on Carve Reality, cheaper immediate cost to Rushdown, although with Mummy Hand we might be oversaturated on energy anyway. Or +4 block on Vigilance, which I think is also very, very good. And I think with Sozu, investing in your block a little bit is reasonable. We're also fighting the Guardian, so you know what? I will upgrade Vigilance. It's an early upgrade I don't often get. Hey, it's back. Centennial Puzzle. Welcome back. My friend. My champion. My savior. And Purple Fire Spirits allow us to donate a card. Although probably the card I'll be donating is a starter card here. We could get a full heal by giving up one of our uncommons, any of these cards, but I think these cards are very valuable. Maybe lose the Carve Reality, but I don't think so. Since we're fighting the Guardian Act boss, I think I want to keep the defense around, so we'll remove one strike. But yeah, there's an argument for remove Carve Reality here. I already purchased a card remove at the shop, so going to another shop with 76 gold is not going to pay off very well. Let's fight 4 gremlins instead. said no one. Actually looks like a very, very easy gremlin fight for us, quite frankly. Although this might be intimidating at first with our supreme damage output. Actually, wait. This doesn't kill you, huh? Supreme damage output. I guess that's fine, though, because we just block for 17. Yeah. Supreme. Oh, and I'll take 3 on purpose, of course. It's the easy way out. You poor, poor wizard. Absolutely kabonked. We have enough Wrath to make Halt kind of reasonable here as a block card if we want one. 12 block if we're in Wrath. Protect with Sozu actually seems kind of reasonable too. It's retaining block, which can be quite nice. Just to have a sort of out for when potions aren't a thing. And with 4 base energy per turn, actually, yeah. I'll take a Protect here. Card I don't usually go for. But I think the retaining block complements Sozu in particular quite nicely. Beautiful. Hey. Pleased to become vulnerable now. Shame about the wallop, though. $36, $18, $24. That sounds lethal. Yes. We're blessed with the presence of the Juzu Bracelet. Can no longer encounter enemies in question mark rooms. Wouldn't exactly call this my favorite relic, but I'd usually rather take it than not. Do I want Halt now that I have Protect? No, I don't think that I do. One or the other. But we don't need that many block cards. We're already fine for the Guardian, maybe even more than fine. And at this point, I'd like to restrict further additions. Keep the deck small, therefore consistent. Isn't normal enemies in question mark rooms pretty bad? One could argue one way or the other. It really depends on your specific situation whether a combat or an event will be better for you. That said, if you're deliberately pathing to events, you're probably not trying to get combats. But generally speaking, combats in Slay the Spire are a good thing for the player. They make you stronger by offering you card rewards, you get money, and you get potions. You need to fight in combats in order to get strong enough to win the endgame. So going to enough combats during a run is a concern that you must address. Giving yourself less combats, therefore, puts you further away from that. Now, of course, there's plenty of useful things you can get in event rooms, of course. And sometimes the Juzu Bracelet can help you find that. But you should note that Juzu Bracelet only makes it more likely for you to get events. The other juicy things that can happen in a question mark room, like treasure chests and shops, are not increased in likelihood by Juzu Bracelet. Only events. Could take that conclude, too, but I don't really feel the need to. I think just because of our 4 base damage, 4 base energy per turn. You saw how we dispensed with the 4 gremlin fight. I currently don't feel the need for more. Okay, this lets us get in Wrath without waking up the Stinky. Let's do that. Guaranteed Vigilance next turn. Perfect. Trying to think of what we do with the Mummified Hand this turn. Can't guarantee that it hits Vigilance, unfortunately, because of the Protect, actually. Could go Smite, Defend, Eruption, Rushdown, Vigilance. There's also the really cheeky line, Vigilance, Rushdown, Eruption. Go into Calm, go back into Wrath, draw 2 more cards. I don't think we want to do that. I think what I'm going to do is play the Rushdown, just see which card it hits. Although we could maybe arguably do Smite Rushdown. And then I'm playing at a minimum Vigilance. So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Smite, then Rushdown, which made Vigilance free. Perfect. So let's again capitalize on the Centennial puzzle. Let's go Eruption, Defend, Vigilance here. Take 3, and guaranteed basically win the fight now. Bonk. That's a lot of cards in my hand. Whetstone upgrading 2 random things is great. Could hit Carve, could hit Fear and Evil. Probably going to hit a Strike, though. Might want to consider adding an attack to get it maybe upgraded. Unfortunately, there is no attack. There is only Sanctity, which I'm still considering here, because it is card draw, but the problem is we still lack skills that are not 2 cost to make it actually do the card draw. So I think I'd just rather skip. Alright, Carve got upgraded. Good. And I think now it's reasonable to upgrade our Rushdown to be free. Or we could upgrade Fear No Evil, but it's not often that we're relying on this as a damaging card. I don't feel the need to rest. We should be stomping all over Guardian with this many upgrades. And 4 energy per turn. Now, let's do this. I'm sure we'll want that upgraded later. That was also a reasonable spot to maybe recall. Hey there, hey righty, happy Friday. Let's get the vulnerable down. Let's do it. Then strike. Oh, strike does transform you. Okay. So Wallop and strike in any order. We'll keep the protect. Gonna be stuck in Wrath for next turn. That's okay. Have some more vulnerable. And give me some more card draw. And wait. No. Never mind. If we need to draw, we can do that. But we don't. Okay, now I'm going to use this as the Wrath entry so we can play the Eruption as the attack, since the vulnerable is already there. Really liking the flexibility of that card right now. Yeah, our numerical output is just so far above this boss that he's not lasting long. The card draw card. Scrawl is here. Draw cards until our hand is full. Certainly a good thing. No matter how big or small the deck is, Scrawl is easy to include. It's also a nice boost to our consistency if it's huge draw, right? I think Deviform is a bit too slow to rely on. We've already got the energy kind of sorted anyhow. And I don't yet have the draw for the Spirit Shield, although we could maybe think about one if I included Scrawl. That said, I've got 3 upgraded 2-cost blocks that are performing a really good job defensively, so I don't feel like I need another one. Oh, and we get offered Runic Pyramid. Well, that's a great counter to the Suzu. Can actually really just clean the clocks of everyone in the Spire from here, I think. Good, good. Can we reset? Yeah. I mean, we're going to play the rest of the run, but you can see that because partially the boss swap, even though we got what many would consider a low roll, now that we have 2 boss relics here at the start of Act 2, we're in really, really good shape overall. Let's see here. There's a path that fights 3 elites, but it kind of misses all the other important stuff, huh? So if I limit it to 2 elites, I can get way more stuff. I think I like this one. Shop, 4 rest sites, 2 elites. Sure, there's a few cards we can upgrade. Scroll. Actually, I can do 2 events. Let's do this. Get a little faster. Maybe this ends up with an Apparitions run, too. I would take Apparitions here. I would do it. So these attacks essentially do normal damage. That is 14 plus 12. Wow, I can't even block that. It's kind of terrifying. But why are you so angry, though? Might have been meant to do that a little differently, actually. Oh well. Only one. Meditate is here. Doesn't help us go infinite, but does just help us get back important cards like Wallop. And I think is very good with Pyramid in general, especially if we upgrade it. Tantrum is a nice Wrath entry card, although we don't necessarily need it. Can't get Sundial here, but what we can do is remove 2 cards at 2 shops, and that's what I'm going to do. Scroll first, I guess. Okay. Protect, defend, meditate. Yeah. Went for the front one first here because they've got lower health, but it doesn't matter much if you're going to kill them both in the first 2 turns. Which we're going to do. Could maybe take a Consecrate, but like I said, I don't think we really need area damage at the moment. If it was upgraded, I'd consider it. 12 cards, match them to... Oh, apparently we have a Tranquility. All right. Do I get a Brilliance too? No, thank you. I could take one, though, if I wanted one. What else you got? Decay. Wave of the Hand? Wave of the Hand's pretty good. No Wave of the Hand for us. disappeared. I guess I'm not upset with the Tranquility, per se. It's a reasonable upgrade, too. Let's lose a defend at this store. Or we could buy the Mental Fortress. Just out of the price range of Manga Preparation, 2 more cards on turn 1 would be my preferred purchase here. But yeah, Mental Fortress does help us a whole lot later. And a whole lot right now, quite frankly. It's a huge amount of block. And we may not necessarily see one for the rest of the run. Second Indignation looking weirdly good, huh? That's interesting. I've never done 2 Indignations. Yeah, we got Mummy Hand too, so this is even better right now. I'll buy it. Sure, let's try double Indig. Let's see if that goes somewhere. Sounds fun. Just gonna do 36. I think what we do is kill the red slaver and apply vulnerable to everybody here on this turn. Next turn will be a little spooky. A little bit better if I could take some damage this turn. Let's see. If we go Fear No Evil Eruption onto the red slaver, minus 17 health, brings him to 31. So Wallop will block for 31. We are full blocking already. But that means I can keep Protect in my hand, I suppose. Can't do Eruption, Indignation, Wallop. That alone won't kill the red slaver. So we have to use the Fear No Evil. And I won't get a kill if I... if I use the Eruption on a different target. So I believe it has to be this specific order on this specific enemy here to work. So we completely block this, we keep the Protect. And we draw a Calm, so we're pretty fine here. Can meditate back our Wrath card, Eruption, or the Wallop card. Doing 13 plus 8. So Protect, Defend works. We can do Protect, Defend, Meditate. Sort of reset this turn. Next turn, do the big damage. Works for me. Oh, better yet, this is... yeah, perfect block, perfect block. And I think we want to go for the middle guy next here. To prevent more wounds from being added, given that we have Runic Pyramid and no area damage. Yeah, let's kill you next. No rushdown yet. Do I want to draw into that stuff with Scrawl first? I feel like I need to. Doesn't feel like I need to. That might have been excessive to block, but yeah, we got plenty of stuff in the draw pile that will let me kill. Perfect. Goldeneye gives us bonus Scry. Only problem, we don't have any Scry. It's an opportunity for a Flurry of Blows. Can't say I'm a huge fan of Flurry in general, though. In decks that have Rushdown, especially. Don't need a Swivel either. We'll skip them. Strikes for bites. With only 2 strikes left in the deck, I do not want bites. Don't think we're going to need to heal back that much anyway, with the way this run is headed. Alright, many good upgrades here. Mental Fortress, Meditate, and Scrawl. I think we can get, yes, all of those upgraded by the end of the act. Let's start with the Scrawl for the Elite fight. A little bit of energy goes a long way. I think one-time energy upgrades in general are very, very good in Slay the Spire. Definitely underestimated them when I was first playing Slay the Spire. I was like, if you only get to play it one time, then how much does an energy discount really get you, right? Like, how is that upgrade good if you're only going to play it one time per fight? And the answer is you play most of your cards one time per fight anyway, usually. And the one energy is, in fact, a huge deal. It's a big deal. Definitely liking the double indignation at this moment. I know there's another one in the draw pile, so I don't care about losing this one. Strike, meditate, the wallop, right? That's right. Oh boy, a free defend. Make you vulnerable. Bonk. Just play this to make room in hand. Easy 49 block. Just crushed him. Alright, something good to do at rest sites. Also, we can now lift for strength, which is going to directly compete with our need to upgrade. But that's okay. We're also offered a second copy of Wallop, and I think that might be pretty dang good, especially since I just picked up Gurya. Sure, I'll take one more. Begin strengthening now. Double indignation, double wallop. Yeah, with 3 fires, sure feels like the Gurya is meant to be, huh? Boop. I'm just gonna do so much damage right out the gate in most fights. No one will be able to stand against us for more than a couple seconds. Holding Bash plus not bad. How about a Cut Through Fate? Deal 7 damage, scry 4 cards, draw 1. Yes. You'll hit for 28. This is going to do more than that, though. Okay, yeah. Bonk. Bonk. They're just dying. Instantly. Oh man, Tantrum with Gurya is going to do so much damage. Welcome. That's a crazy good card. Hits 4 times with +3 strength. Double damage and vulnerable. You'll love to see it. Maybe you should have played the Vigilance? Maybe. Now I will. So, 24 base damage, 48 in Wrath. Is it worth trying to play Indignation 3 times against the Automaton? I rather doubt it. Really rather doubt it. Well, maybe, actually. No. Just use it as another way to get in Wrath. Don't be ridiculous. We've got so much direct damage that it's actually most efficient, I think, for us in this fight to ignore the orbs entirely. We have no AoE either. And just do all of this damage directly to the boss. GG. Could think about adding Mantra into this deck. Mantra would make the Wallops hit even harder. And Devotion's a pretty good start, especially with Mummy Hand. Although we're now behind on upgrades because of the Gurya, and I doubt we even need triple damage because of the Gurya. Let's just refine... Yeah, let's just refine what we're doing really, really effectively. And a Violet Lotus is going to be the perfect way to do that. Anytime we exit Calm Stance, and there's a lot of ways to get into Calm in this deck, we get 1 additional energy. So now we're going to get 2, 3 additional energy in a turn. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Pandora's Box would be 5 transforms here. That's not too bad. Could maybe get a bunch of relics out of the Black Star. This is definitely a run that probably could have gone to some kind of infinite if we had been a bit more discreet about which cards we chose to add. However, I definitely really like the deck we have, so I'm not complaining. Definitely not complaining. Removal is going to be kind of expensive. Let's start here. I could even maybe take 999 gold in one of these. That'd be kind of cool. Got Juzu Bracelet. Got 3 events. Curious what happens. So refreshing to be playing Watcher without having to get lesson learned, leveled up at the end of the fight. We just gotta cruise through these combats. Blap, 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 blap. Everybody's dying. Everybody's dead. Easy. We had Blue Candle. I'd take a ride here. As it stands, we'll just lose 3 max. Double Orb Walkers, one of the scariest fights in the game. Not gonna be a... Usually I advocate you need potions for this fight. But this is a rare instance of a Sozu deck that I think could just crush these nerds. Let's do it. Might take a bit of damage here, but they're going to be very dead. Yeah, we are going to take some damage. Let's see. We do an additional 27 taken. Won't be able to block for 27 more. So I should keep this Indignation in my hand. Yeah, we'll take some damage here. Unless I can kill one of them, which I really don't think I can. No, I don't have enough energy to do that. Unless Mental Fortress hits Wallop, maybe. Okay, now I have to math it. Indignation, Carve Reality, Wallop, Smite. 25 with 3 strength, that'll be 30. Or 15 for the smite. So 25, 40, 40 doubled, 80. We can do 80 damage. Not quite enough. Okay. So we don't use the Indignation yet. We just hit this. Actually, we should hit this one. This one's currently adding a burn. This one's not. We can't prevent this burn, but because this one's adding a burn right now, this one is more likely to add a burn on the future turn. Just can't do this attack 3 times in a row. More likely to, but not guaranteed. I'll keep the smite, play the other 2 attacks. Here we go. This would be more like it. Go Vigilance, Eruption, 4 energy, Indignation, Bonk. Actually, I don't even need to leave Wrath yet. Let's just kill you. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Draw the Rush Down. Don't play the Rush Down yet. Now play the rushdown. Tungsten Rod. Whenever we would take damage, take one less. That's kind of cool. Would have taken this if we'd taken the Devotion, but we didn't, so we shan't. And here it is. Mind Bloom. We're offered 999 gold for 2 curses, literally in front of the shop. So that's kind of a good deal. It's also not wrong necessarily to fight a boss to get a rare relic here. We could almost even justify an upgrade all in this situation. But we'd be missing out on 15 hit points immediately, so I don't think it's worth it. Heck, let's take the money. I don't think this is necessarily the better line, as we can get more removals if I don't take the money. But do take the money, and I can get lots of relics, as well as maybe some cool colorless cards. Dolly's Mirror looking pretty fine. Singing Bowl won't be a lot of max health. Don't think I'll buy that, actually. Obviously not going to take Toy Ornithopter with no ability to potion here. Certainly we must remove a normality also. So, of all the cards that I can dupe, thinking about Rushdown currently. Double Rushdown gives us obscene card draw. And I think that's all we really need. It's also upgraded. Scrawl, also a very valid target there. One. Get 2 more shops. I think I can use the money elsewhere. I think we can make it happen. We should upgrade this first. Meditate's probably next, though. Forgot to buy potions. Dang it. My potions. An ocean of potions. Ha! Get discarded, normality. You are not welcome here. Fortunately, the wallop won't do anything this turn. But the vigilance will. Looks like we have to take a big hit, sadly. But we're going to heal 15 here anyway. If I'd maybe kept the second Indignation, we could have done something fancy with the card draw. But yeah, this only blocks for 1, of course, because the Nemesis is intangible. Bit of a problem. If only we could use our wallop here. Great highlighting of how Spire's enemy mechanics mean that just because a strategy works obscenely well in some fights doesn't mean it works obscenely well in every fight. And there's almost always somebody who can counter your gimmick. Alright, well, we're going to get all that health back from our relics, so no harm, no foul. Empty Body Plus is a consideration candidate, perhaps. Do I want that? It's a nice way to get blocked. Doesn't necessarily rely on our damage output like the Wallop does. But I already have a couple good. I guess the skill... Yeah, okay, alright. I'll take 1. I'll take 1. I think we've got enough card draw, I can afford it. And we're not trying to do any sort of infinite anyway. Do I value rest sites? Yes, I do. Still many good upgrades for us. Next up is Meditate for 2 cards put into our hand. I'm sorry, Boot. Not today. Okay, and no normalities for us. Begun. Definitely happy with Vulnerable on turn 1. I'll take that. Too late for Ceramic Fish to pay off. Frozen Eye seems quite reasonable. Viewing our draw pile, the cards are now shown in order. Now, we might not always use that, but it gives us good information for Scrawl, also for Centennial Puzzle. Like, do we need to? Do we want to take damage? Yeah. Yeah. Might as well. Don't know that I'll necessarily use it a whole lot in this run. And lastly, since I was reminded by chat member last time, now we'll remember to buy potions before we go. Don't feel any need for Metamorphosis. We can already use our card draw to draw the one and only attack card that does that we need, which is Tantrum. Tantrum can just draw itself over and over again. And that'll be plenty. Yeah, and that draws a lot of good stuff. Seemed like a good turn one. Sanctity's back. I don't think we need it with the empty body. Would have taken the Sanctity if I hadn't taken the empty body, though. Alright, knowing what Rushdown's going to draw is exceptionally valuable, so I can just fearlessly rush down Eruption here, knowing that I'm going to hit the Scrawl and the Meditate. Fearlessly Eruption, rather. And then... how far down do I need to go? Scrawl 7 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I need 8. So let's Vigilance first, then Scrawl. Last card is Rushdown. Tranquility's on top. Enter Wrath. Gain 3 energy. Enter Calm. Let's see. I want the Mental Portrait. No, I just want the Furnoeval, actually. So let's do as follows. Discard this, this, this. Just draw 2. Put yourself in the draw pile. And then you're dead. Alright. Seems like we're doing well. I think I'd like to add one more Cut Through Fate. The amount of ridiculous scry this is. To let me just dig through the irrelevant cards. So good with the Frozen Eye. Turn 2 is for numpties. More energy, please. Or do I upgrade the Wallop? No, more energy, please. Draw 6 off Scrawl, looks perfect. Discard this, this, and this. Yes. So I'm looking at the draw pile here, trying to pick out the specific cards that I want to play, and then figuring out the most efficient way to draw them with our card draw. That's kind of the goal here. Remembering that each Wrath makes us draw 4. So by Tranquility Tantrum, yeah, that's good. Get that out of my hand. Perfect. Vigilance Tantrum. Yeah, I have no way out of Wrath again. That's okay. You just stay in Wrath. Almost killed Donu turn 1. Almost. Got really close. If they hadn't had Artifact, I could have done it. This. I might have wanted to set up Calm there, actually. Let's see here. And go Cut Through Fate. No. Well, I can do this. Wallop Meditate? Strike Wallop Meditate? That looks good. No problem there. Next up, Time Eater. Can't imagine Time Eater's going to fare too well here. Very glad we didn't get attack turn 1, though. Get this out of my hand. Next turn, we're drawing Cut, Fear, Vigilance, Indignation, Defend. Actually quite like all the cards that are in the draw pile, so I'll probably go... Fear No Able, Indignation. Wallop. We'll see. We'll draw just these two. Play Vigilance at the end. That seems reasonable. I mean, I could try to draw 4 by using the Cut Through Fate to get Rushdown, playing Rushdown, then drawing 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't really know how that helps me. I'll lose the Cut Through Fate. Also, I have 2 Wallops. So, yeah, heck this guy. Two cards next turn could be an issue. Nope. Sure isn't. Just need to get back our... So, Indignation draws 4, right? So, I'd only be able to meditate 1 card. Wallop plus is sufficient. Or I could meditate 2. Use the Indignation next turn. Get rid of Defend here. Let's do that. Defend, meditate. Get back. Actually, Wallop and Indignation. Oh, I already have an Indignation in my hand. That's okay. Now I have 2. I can just use the Cut Through Fate to get to the Mental Fortress directly. Losing the Tranquility and Scrawl this turn is reasonable. Two sure is a big number. But not Famir. Get you below half this turn would be ideal. Not quite. Actually, maybe this is better, because then I can just avoid the split entirely. Let's do that. The goal here is just kill Time Eater before any shenanigans can occur. Just the chain bonkification of the boss. Ideally to death. Like so. GG. Two thump. Deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Can it stand up to the power of your stick? The answer's no. The answer is absolutely no. Alright, now we can upgrade this wallop. Make sure it bonks with the rest of them. Oh boy. Helix is pretty good. Prevent an entire instance of damage. We could use that to block the big hit on turn 2 of the heart, potentially. That could be a game changer for us. The Spice Melange. Whenever you shuffle your draw pile, scry 5 with Frozen Eye. That's kind of with Golden Eye. So every time we shuffle the deck, we'd get a free scry 5. That's not as good as you'd want it to be, but it might have use. Probably just going to go Helix card remove here. Could consider Oddly Smoothstone as well. The spice must flow. We need the defense to block Beat of Death, so let's lose a strike. Don't want 2 meditates. Okay, that'll be enough then. My Buffair. So I actually can't even puzzle draw if I want to. I could keep Vigilance for next turn, I guess, but I think I'd rather keep the buffer. Oh, actually, I could have turned away. Interesting. What if that was the right move? Deliberately face away from the spear and don't block. So that's the Centennial puzzle draws. I guess by looking at the Frozen Eye, I could have made a determination about that. But I didn't do that. So that's what I should have considered. What we're currently going to draw is Wallop, Defend, Cut Through Fate, and 2 Burns. With the Cut Through Fate, I can discard the top 4 cards and then draw a Scrawl. So we can get to the Scrawl with the Cut Through Fate. We can still turn, but now we'll block the first hit, and then Buffer will block the second hit. If we turned away, each attack would be for 9, and that way the Orichalcum wouldn't have been enough. But because we can hit the Scrawl, and the Scrawl will draw all of the powers, I don't think it's going to matter much. We just need to make room in our hand here. So we Cut Through Fate, we discard all 4, and it's only because the Frozen Eye lets me know what the 5th card is that we can actually get the Scrawl here. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Now Scrawl will draw 1, 2, 3, 4. We probably want it to draw 5, so I should play Defend first. Nice. Really good series of hits there. So we exit Calm, gain 3 energy. We still have Fear No Evil in my hand. Might even be able to kill the Spire's Spear if we do this right. Got Empty Body. That means I could Fear No Evil and then Tantrum for even more energy. And I think we should. Seems to be going well. Okay. And we even have buffer for next turn. So I can just stay in Wrath here. Here, how about you become vulnerable too, actually? Hit me. Bonk. Just obliterated. One more wallop for the road. Or do I take the halt instead? I don't think we actually have the energy for another wallop. Halt, however. Halt could help. Halt could help. Would I swap my starter relic for Frozen Eye on Watcher? Yes, although I don't know that I would enjoy such a reality. Like, if I could do that every run, I don't know that I would like that. But it would be a good thing, yeah. Sure, Halt, you can come along. Just need to be able to block stuff on this turn so that we can keep the buffer and also do things. And it looks like that's what we can do. So we go Protect first, so that we can play the other cards safely. Rush down, Mental Fortress, Tantrum. Draw these two. Now, the Cut Through Fate can keep or discard any combination hereof. I'll discard the Defend. I could also keep it for the statuses next turn, but I think I'd rather use the energy now. Discard that Defend, keep the Halt, keep the Wallop, keep the Meditate. That should be enough to let me block a multi-hit from the Heart next turn. So that way we can guarantee the buffer lines up with, yes, the singular big hit. Perfect. That's what we're looking for here. 135, not a problem. Not a problem at all. Definitely wishing I kept that Cut Through Fate, though. Oof. What a nasty top 5 cards we've got. Look at that. Can you imagine if this was your entire hand next turn? You just drew this because you didn't have Runic Pyramid, and this was your life. Sad. So sad. Instead, we'll look to draw all of this with a Scrawl. That way the Void, Ascender's Bane... get this exhausted, the burn goes to discard. Have Rushdown too. Alright, start with the Halt. It's not your life, it's your death. Fair enough. Yeah, Indignation's not happening with this Wallop. That's okay. So the more cards I can draw, the better, obviously. Let's do Tranquility, Empty Body, Defend, Scroll for 8. Still can't full block this. Meditate won't suffice. Can't Vigilance and then Indignation. So, if I can't block it and we have to buffer it, I might as well go all out. Let's do Tantrum, Indignation. Make it a whole 135. That way we're set up to wallop right now. Wallop. Beyond Evil. Let's go Eruption. So we guaranteed get the rush down into my hands. That makes Meditate free. We can still keep cycling though. Vigilance, then Tantrum. Why not, after all? Get rid of this. More vulnerable. Play this again. Back into Calm. Give you back a Wallop. And we're not being attacked next turn, so... guess I need a Vigilance, huh? Alright. Yeah, hard fight. Smiley face. Last card is Tantrum? Yeah, give me that. Easy peasy. GG. GG, Mr. Hart. GG. Nice quick one for the fans. Just over an hour for that one. Means we've got plenty of time to slay it up with the Ironclad. GG. And not a single potion. Was drunk. I guess you can say, Hell's Razor, that we bid that heart Sozunara. Now what has it been done? The spire sleepeth, and so shall I. Thanks, I hated it. That's how you know it's a good one. GG. GG. Ralta says, do I have a preferred class for Spire? I'll always play the characters pretty much as evenly as possible, but my favorite child is the Defect, the robot, for having, I'd say, the most different, unusual wins that they can assemble. Our last run with the Defect was the inverse focus deck. We had 2 reprograms and a Meteor Strike and a Hyper Beam, sending our focus to hugely negative values, and we managed to make that work not just well, but supremely well, stomping through the Spire. Great emblematic run of why I like the Defect so much. So's you think you can dance. Amazing. All right, I'm going to take a really short break here, not as long as the previous one. Refill the leg, stretch the water. When I return, we're going to do one with Ironclad. Would I say my fave used to be Ironclad? Yes, Dollar Cave. My favorite used to be Ironclad, and the reasoning at that time was, which is still true, that when the Ironclad is winning, he's winning bigger and better than anybody. Anyone can slap the Spire around. Like, Watcher just clobbered the Heart, easy peasy. But Watcher was not going to 999 block on turn 1, or going to 999 strength. That stuff is for Ironclad and Ironclad alone. And that's why I liked him. You want to max out the stats? Just make a card do literally thousands of damage. Ironclad can do that. I guess so can Silent too. But Ironclad's much better at it. And I like the different ways he can break the game with exhaust stuff. You know, classic Dead Branch corruption. Or having over 200 max HP. That's also only an Ironclad thing. Anyway, I will be right back. Don't go nowhere, folks. Okay, we're back. And I'm glad to have you all here. Choose. Not a forced early elite. Some interesting possibilities here. Alright. Like I said, I wanted to do more boss swaps. This looks like a perfectly fine set of starting options to boss swap against. Don't really like taking damage up front, although taking damage, get Apotheosis or Hand of Greed could be really good. Let's see what this button gives me instead. That means giving up, of course, Ironclad's Burning Blood, heal 6 per combat, which I think is pretty much invaluable. But is it better than yet another Runic Pyramid run? I don't know. I don't know. Today is a blessed day. Akboss is the Guardian, looking good already here. You'll love to see it. How's it going, Muscle Confusion? Voice acting work is something that gets suggested to me a lot, and I think is something that I could look into at some point. It's kind of like a hybrid career. That would definitely compete with me for time streaming. Like, I can't be a full-time streamer and be doing side hustle work also using my voice. I'm going to blow up my vocal cords if I do that. But in a world a few years hence, I think it could be something I branch into, especially in my later years. Imagine that's something we'll always have a desire for. Do I enhance my voice for the stream? I think I kind of, yeah, I have a sort of deliberate speaking or projected voice that I use. It's not quite my casual conversational tone. What is my casual conversational tone? Hard to say. I don't think I'm capable of producing it while listening to my own voice, which is currently what I'm doing. Like I've got live mic feedback. Fascinating thought. Take performance-enhancing drugs for the vocal cords. Dope testing for Twitch streamers when? You know? So, Ironclad Runic Pyramid is going to give us a heavy incentive to pick up zero-cost cards, whatever kind we can find. I'd like to give myself the opportunity to maybe go for the Burning Elite here. Otherwise, something like this looks really reasonable. We could maybe do through here. It's only 2 elites. I want to go for an early shop if I'm going to do that. Get a card remove. Card removes on Ironclad are... card removes with Runic Pyramid, excuse me, are a big deal. Getting rid of one of our defends... one of our strikes could be very nice. So I'd maybe consider doing this instead. I think I'd rather just hoard money for later. If we get a free remove, that's great. If not, that's how the jaw worm crumbles. So early on, the benefit of Runic Pyramid is just basically always assuring us that we have the right mixture of strikes and defends to play on our turn. Whatever it is that we want to play 3 of, we can do that. And an added benefit is that if we've got all of our cards in our hand, then the cards that we're drawing are exclusively made up of the cards that we just discarded. So you note there, I just played 3 defends in a row, 2 turns in a row, and we drew the 3 defends each time again, because every other card in the deck is currently in my hand. So if I play 3 defends, then on the next turn I draw 3 defends, so on and so forth. I can guaranteed 3 defends every single turn of this fight if I want to, something you can't do without a Runic Pyramid. Now, we don't get the heal, though. That is kind of sad. Easy pummel for me here. Sentinel could be good in a future world. Apparently, that's a 100% win rate card, right? There's some fun uses for Warcry, but we don't have any of them yet. Aha, I thought so. I thought we might get a card removal, so it's like we went to the shop, except I'm up 75 gold. And we'll happily lose a strike. Take one here. That should be all we need to take, I think. No, I gotta take one here as well. Actually, no, right? Next turn will be 16... Oh, but if I draw a Pummel Strike, we get a kill. That's right. Okay. Easy too. Clash with Pyramid is a no-no. Whirlwind could be something. Letting us do damage to multiple enemies. Especially good if we can get an energy generating card. It's also a card we can play for 0 just to discard from our hand, which is kind of nice. I think I like that more than Thunderclap, but Whirlwind will need an upgrade in order to be decent. Give it a try. Where you at, Whirlwind? Hey, Sean, thanks for 17 months, closing in on that year and a half. Happy Friday to you, too. 633. Duplication Potion, letting us play one card twice. I think that's very, very, very good, with the Whirlwind that we have especially. Also very much like Headbutt here with Runic Pyramid. Headbutt lets us put a card from the discard pile on top of the deck, kind of like our own little hologram. It's a bit of deck control. And with Runic Pyramid, we can probably use that to replay either our best card or an important zero-cost card. Is this a seeded run? Absolutely not. We talked about taking boss relics as our starting pick more often on every character as a result of today's beginning discussion, and I'm immediately rewarded with a Runic Pyramid. Just happened to turn out. I do think that Clothesline is pretty decent too, I agree. Clothesline's not bad. So I'm going to avoid the Burning Elite? I am, to get an extra elite this act. Whirlwind. Where are you at, though? Dang it. Whirlwind turn 1 would have just solved this fight. But if I get weakened, I can't kill them all. Dang. So I either block 3 times and give up the Duplication Potion, which I really don't want to do, or I take 12. Which I also don't really want to do. Also, I might not draw the Whirlwind next turn. DuPont reasonably saves me 24 against Knob. 20 against Sentries. Maybe not. Let's take 3 versus take 12. So up to 9 currently. Again, next turn we would have to take more, right? What's my best hand next turn otherwise? Like Headbutt, Pummel Strike, Defend, take 10 more. Okay. There it is. Okay. Ultimately, I calculated that it saved me enough health that it was probably worth doing right away. And look, we're rewarded. Here's one of the cards I was hoping we'd see, particularly with Whirlwind. Bloodletting lets us trade health for energy immediately. Very, very nice with Runic Pyramid. I also quite like it with Headbutt. We can use that energy to make for very powerful Whirlwinds that do tons of damage. Speaking of, that is going to be our first upgrade, is that X-Cost card, looking to win our elite fights with that 2-card combo of the Bloodletting Whirlwinds. We are up against a Gremlin Knob first. I'm going to hold on to this Whirlwind, not going to play it yet. We do 2 strikes. We're looking to bash this turn, if possible. Whirlwind next turn. Good. Let me just do some basic math. With 5 energy, this would be 60 damage. Yeah, that'll kill cleanly. Perfect. Bottled Flame. Never not draw the Whirlwind on turn 1 again. Sounds pretty good to me. Could also add it in Flame to maybe make it do bonus damage. Also sounds pretty good to me. Yeah. How's it going, Jelly Baby? Yes, the stats retrospective will be going up on YouTube. Absolutely. Yeah, Bag of Marbles when? Accidentally clicks on Bash. This is not quite worth it. If I knew there was a Brimstone here, I'd go, but I don't. Let's upgrade that Bloodletting and then the Inflame. More energy, please. More relics, please. More hit points, please. Yeah, pair. It is apparent to me that that is a good relic. I said I wanted to go this way rather than this way. Having the elites a little bit later lets me get more rewards first. Ouch. Okay. But my face, though. This kills next turn. No need to play Bloodletting. No need to play Bloodletting here. Hard to turn down an Impervious with Pyramid. It's just block an entire turn at one point. Basically, no matter what that turn is. Feel No Pain can be amazing too, especially with exhaust interactions, which we'd love to pick up to complement what we're doing already. I think I'll take the Impervious. We can maybe get another Feel No Pain later. Maybe. Right, order, I guess. Didn't know what we were drawing, though. Again, no need to Bloodletting. You can drink a blood potion at any time, so there's no need to use it early here. Sever Soul. Maybe if I'd taken the Feel No Pain. Why are they breaking the bot? Please do not abuse the bot. What has the bot ever done to you? Huh? So, even though I'm not going to wake up this turn, I want to play a couple of these starter cards to make room for other cards in my hand. Might also consider using the Elixir in this fight. But what I think I'm going to do is bash this turn. Next turn, Inflame, Bloodletting Whirlwind. Or apparently, Bloodletting Pummel Strike, Inflame Whirlwind. Headbutt the Bloodletting? Sure. Put the Bloodletting back on top. I feel like I need it. I don't think I do. thingy. 14 block on turn 2. Absolutely fantastic relic. I think we've got an incredible one so far, including the Bottled Flame, because we had an actually good attack to bottle. Lucky us. This is a run where the Ancient Tea set would actually be quite good. So if we find it, we'll know it's fated to win. I think we're curb stomping Guardian in the next Elite. Even though we're missing a lot of health, I want more max health here. Make us a chonky 90 hit point clad. Let's do it. Show me the bloodletting. Yes. Slice him and dice him. Bye-bye. Letter Opener rewards us for playing 3 skills in 1 turn, possible with Bloodletting especially. Deck would also take a Seeing Red, and it would take a Flex too. Flex is a 0-cost skill that gives us temporary strength. And I think a Flex with an upgrade is actually incredible here. I'm going to discard this Elixir, pick up the Dupe Pot, and try to carry these 2 potions into Act 2. Excuse me. I like the Flex upgrade a lot, although I think we should upgrade in... No, let's actually upgrade Flex first. With the Pyramid and Letter Opener. This sets us up really well to take, for example, a Limit Break from the boss. This turn. Bash next turn. Bloodletting Whirlwind on the 3rd turn? Sure. Go bash. Headbutt. The bash back. Here we go. Bloodletting. Flex. Whirlwind. Yeah, satisfying. Exhume. Get back Impervious. Probably not going to take the Offering, though. Lose some health to gain energy and card draw. We're trading a lot of health for energy, but I think it's going to work out for us. Double tap, also pretty spicy with the Whirlwind, though. Our next attack is played twice, upgraded next 2 attacks. Kalalalalalin, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. I'm Dory says, can you explain a bit what to do when you get Pyramid? Generally speaking, for me, Pyramid means I'm trying to construct a deck of combo cards, usually with Runic Pyramid. We're able to retain our hand every turn, and the big advantage there is twofold. One, your block consistency goes way up, because you can hold on to your block cards for the ideal turn. I usually tend to find that this means I can operate on slightly less block with Runic Pyramid. And 2, it means that any combos, any cards that want to be drawn and played together are going to be a lot more effective. Flex, Whirlwind, Bloodletting, all of these played at the same time kind of multiply on top of one another strength-wise. And that's usually the fundamental principle I'm trying to operate on with the Pyramid here. It's not the world's worst Sozu. Pretty happy with the Cursed Key, honestly. More energy in exchange for getting cursed when we open a non-boss chest. We'll plan on opening 1 chest and removing the curse. We'll plan on skipping most other chests to avoid getting cursed. Ironclad loves energy, and that's exceptionally true with the Whirlwind here. Not too impressed with Mark of Pain. The wounds will stay stuck in our hand. That's pretty scary. These are okay potions to carry to the end with Sozu, but I think we can do better with the Cursed Key. That extra energy means our turn 1 can now be 32 damage to all enemies. That's pretty good. Very wonky looking act layout. Interesting. Most only reasonably accessible shop. Like this one? Weird. Guess I could go to maybe this one. That means only fighting 1 elite. Weird. Yeah, so the only shop that lets me fight 2 elites is this one. Something like this. That's kind of weird. I don't love that. Hope for Bites event. Yeah, we would take Bites with all our self-damage for sure. That'd be kind of cool. Our left. Oh yeah, if I go through the Burning Elite and get 0 rest sites, that's also technically true. Yes. Yes, but that's a miserable path. Not that this one really isn't. I could try not going to a shop. I don't like how that's going to turn out for me. I guess I would get on this path then. Maybe if one of these is a shop, we can change our path. Greetings, bird nerd. Here's that combo, by the way. Let's just get more energy before we do the thingy. 18 times 4. And we could make it 18 times 7. So yeah, that's the power of combo cards. Ridiculous. Body Slam. With an Impervious in the deck and a Runic Pyramid, that's another example of combo cards that are pretty good together. Dory says, last 2 runs I took the Bar's artifact at the beginning. Is that generally a good idea? I think it tends to be. And we looked at some of my own run data this morning that indicated that I perform better when I swap for the random starter relic. So for that reason, I am trying to do it more often now, which is what we're seeing today. But yes, I think it's generally a very powerful thing. You get 1 more boss relic for your whole run, which can be a lot of strength, depending on exactly what you get. It also really forces you to make different gameplay decisions. You may end up with a relic that has a powerful downside, or you may end up with a completely different starting deck. And for these reasons, you'll be forced outside your comfort zone, and you have to think kind of outside the box if you're starting with a different relic. I don't think I want an unupgraded Body Slam, truthfully. I don't have enough upgrades to give to it. If we see an upgraded one, I'll take it. But otherwise, not gonna happen, kid. Oh, boat thingy. Thank you for saving me from the misfortune of the shelled parasite. Next turn, we just do the thing. Actually, did I need that bloodletting? Maybe not. Rage could be a nice way to gain free block. It's also a 0-cost skill with the letter opener here. Again, unupgraded though. Fighting Bronze Automaton. I'm gonna pass. Berry in a bottle with this much max HP? That's pretty spicy. Swift Pot, Fire Pot, also decent enough. Definitely keeping Duplication Potion because it instantly solves slavers. Go Fairy Dupe Pot. Ouch. Guess this would have been a nice time to have the Swift Potion, huh? I'll just win now. Thank you. Kind of stuff am I looking for endgame damage / block? My preferred endgame damage solution would be Limit Break, or a Demon Form would work too. Block-wise, more Imperviouses, maybe a Feel No Pain, True Grit. Not this stuff. Definitely not this stuff. Alright, shop. Ho ho ho, it is here! That totally was in that first store. Alright, well, I'm gonna do it. Here's some endgame damage scaling for you. Brimstone says, at the start of your turn, gain 2 strength. Problem is, all enemies also gain 1 strength. Every turn. Pretty spooky. But pretty powerful. Strength's just got quite a bit better. Still gonna remove 1. Actually, wait, how many... Just 1 more event? Yeah, it's probably not bites. And I will buy this Shrug It Off, too. So yes, Heart does get exceedingly scary with Brimstone. A few other enemies can get nasty, too. Guess I could have blocked 18 this turn. Whirlwind goes burr. So many unupgraded body slams. Good lord. The Book of Stabbing with Brimstone. Gaining strength every turn. That's very spooky. Can make it work, though. Pretty much have to win next turn, is the thing. Actually, no. I've got Impervious for next turn. Win 2 turns from now. I shouldn't have flexed there. We win with Bloodletting, not the Offering. Won't have Vulnerable next turn. Let's just play it. Works for me. Love a gambling chip, letting us discard any of our opening hand to draw cards anew. There's the Feel No Pain I wanted. Currently Impervious exhausts, Offering exhausts, Ascender's Bane exhausts. It's not exactly a lot of things, but we're going to be picking up stuff like Fiend Fire or... a few other options in the future. This deck wants an ice cream, actually. Quite badly. $33, coincidentally, exactly what Impervious blocks for. So do Impervious Bash, next turn Whirlwind. Clean and easy. Whatever card's exhausted, draw one. Not necessarily useful for us right now, but this is an important piece of a later game puzzle. This is part of our late game block solution, basically. So I'm going to pick it up now. We're going to skip this chest because it would give me a curse. You don't have to open chests, note. And if you've got the cursed key relic, you may want to not. We'll take our guaranteed curse in Act 3. This is horrifying. Okay, it's not horrifying anymore. Thank you for not attacking me on turn 1. You stinky plant. This works. Perfect. Okay. Disarm is a big sigh of relief for us. Disarm permanently removes strength from an enemy. The most important thing that Disarm does here is, one, it combos with the 2 powers we just picked up, but more importantly than that, it lets us turn back the clock on the Corrupt Heart. Just 1 copy is going to improve our survivability in that last fight so much. Have I played Darkest Dungeon? Yes. Yes, I've played a little bit of Darkest Dungeon the first long time ago, back during its original early access release. Played a little bit when it got to 1.0, but I generally don't find Darkest Dungeon my kind of game. Too slow-paced for me, personally. Fair enough. Don't actually need to bloodletting. But it would let me do quite a bit more damage to everybody, sure. I've not played any of the Mountain Blade games. Watched a little bit of them, but never played. Did play a lot of Battle Brothers on stream. I had a good time with that. Oh man, Pen Nib? Pen Nib with a bottled whirlwind that we can manipulate. And a 2nd copy of Feel No Pain. Well, that Flame Barrier is pretty good too. I'm going to go double Feel No Pain here. Eratus, we have also... we played a little bit of Eratus on stream. I think I even did a sponsored stream for Eratus. Eratus feels a lot like... another Dark Embrace, cute. Eratus to me feels a lot like Legend of Keepers as well. Also a decent take on the formula. Thinking card remove True Grit. You could also consider Armaments here. Armaments lets you upgrade other cards in hand. With an upgraded Armaments, you can upgrade all cards in hand, which is exceptional with the Pyramid. Taking Sling for even more strength in elite fights is pretty tempting, too. Man, I like Armaments True Grit. What I'm doing. Not taking a second Dark Embrace, though. That's excessive. It's like too satisfying. Wait, what? I clicked too fast, apparently. That's funny. You can glitch that out. Cute. What I should have done was maybe set up the burner a bit better here. Too late now. Power through. Pommel Strike Plus is good enough to be included. Card draw is very nice. And with a variant bottle, we're not going to bother resting here. I'm going to upgrade this True Grit, I think. Sorry, not Burner. Pen Nib. Excuse me. Sometimes words are hard. I think I'd rather just put that in play. Just bloodletting. I just need flex. Impervious is getting stolen. Offering is getting stolen. What do I need for this? Strike. Okay, there's the Dark Embrace. Dupont could be part of it, but that seems unnecessary. Okay. That's right, offering gets stolen. So I can't actually exhaust a card. Hadn't considered that. Bash, headbutt, kill you. Yes. Not without it. Flex, it won't. Oh, I guess with Inflame it will, right? 18 plus 33. Yeah. Give me that back. Play this. And there's the missing puzzle piece, Corruption. Our skills cost nothing whenever we play a skill. Exhaust it, therefore gaining 6 block and drawing 1 card. It's the Wumbo combo, the full set of ironclad powers that we need to give us the block to take on the heart after the Brimstone. I think that makes Runic Dome pretty takeable here. Giving us extra energy. We can't see what the enemies are doing, but we'll barely care. Although, knowing exactly which turn the heart is multi-attacking actually seems really important, now that I think about it. Could take Crown. We want to add more skills to the deck, though, so I'm a little hesitant about Crown. Maybe I just take Tiny House, unironically. Corruption basically obviates the need for energy anyhow. Yeah. Offering plus, yes please. 50 gold, yes please. Seeing red, yes please. Keep the current potions. It's a chonky clad. Alright, don't have our green key yet, so we have to go here. You can do a couple ways to get there. No shops this act, period. This means we have to have the curse from this chest with us for quite a while. That's not necessarily a bad thing, though. Fairly limited sustain means combats are a bit iffy, proposition-wise. Take some events. Strength. Should be able to do most of these fights without needing to take self damage. Most of them. Evolve is not that good with Runic Pyramid. Boomerang could be nice with Brimstone, but I don't think we need it. Not with Bottled Whirlwind, we don't. Bottled Whirlwind against Spikers. Alright, I'll just discard the Whirlwind entirely. How about that? How dare you? I can always use the letter opener, I suppose, if I absolutely have to. Now, don't be like that. You fools. Another True Grit. This one's unupgraded. I don't think I care. Please give me more skills that can exhaust stuff. Please give me a membership card. Now we can take Body Slam, and Body Slam is incredible. And I can remove a strike in addition. Yeah, Body Slam is very, very good. Armaments can upgrade it, and it's going to do huge damage based on our block. Shame we can't afford Tori in addition to the membership card. Tori's a nice way to counter the Heart's Brimstone. But I think just strike, remove, Body Slam looks beautiful. Just beautiful. Would a Dead Branch wreck or elevate this? Great question. I think it would wreck it. But it could kind of go either way. Don't do that. Don't do that either. Power of corruption compels you. Second Wind Plus. Get rid of all non-attack cards in our hand, delete them, and give us block for each card we got rid of. Yes, please. That's the ultimate answer to statuses for this deck. These two chumps are going to get dumped on. Dunked on. Chumped on. Champed upon. Although I wish I'd gotten Pen-Nib set up. Let's go Dark Embrace, Second Wind. Yeah. Keep that Whirlwind for now. That's right, I didn't even think about flicking, because I knew it'd be the right pick. Okay, that I better play next turn. Think a little bit more here. All that for a turnip. Makes us immune to frail. Guess I don't mind resting for a little bit of health here. Seems perfectly reasonable. We'll take one fewer elite. Rather than doing this, we'll go this way. Cool with that. Turnip for what? They asked me, but lo, I did not have an answer for them. Or whom does the turnip toll? It is time. Bonk. 2 out of 3 boat thingies agree. We're cool. And Shockwave agrees. I'm sweet with corruption. Absolutely love 5 turns a week invulnerable on all enemies. Beautiful. Beautiful. Just beautiful. And even more beautiful, look at this. No spikers. Get wrecked, nerds. Bye. Intimidate Plus. It's no Shockwave Plus, but sure. You can come along. Gotta go this way. Gotta open the chest, too. Have to open this, have to take the curse, have to take the blue key. That curse is a writhe, not a big deal, because we can gamble it away with the gambling chip, meaning it'll always start each combat at essentially the bottom of our draw pile. Double, I should have gambled the whirlwind. Double spikers, now we're talking. That'll teach me. Turnip for that. Bonk. Entrench lets us double our block. We have no way to keep our block, but that's still like a ton of block. I'll take it. I'll take it. Barricade be the final part. Barricade would definitely make our life a lot easier. Let me say that. Rather like the whirlwinds. Forget intimidate. Keep those. Take 1. Sure. Remlap79, thanks for 3 months of support. Crazy months of love. I keep going. Yeah, I think I can kill the transient on this turn. You heard me. Body slam, second wind. Body slam for over 1,000. One hit KO. Nerd. Oof, this looks spicy. Hey, good stuff. I don't like these things. Bonk. Another copy of Seeing Red? Sure. Give me some more upfront energy. Don't need a flex potion. How did Body Slam hit for 1,001 off 327 block? Pen Nib was also doubling the damage again. Nice attack, fool. Deck might want a second Dark Embrace. Based on what I'm seeing here. Don't need another headbutt. Let us upgrade the Body Slam. I could rest, but I really don't think I need to do that. Body Slam is the card I'm most frequently trying to upgrade. Let's just have it upgraded directly. Upgrading Corruption or Dark Embrace might have made sense too, to make those cheaper, so that we could play them together especially. Happy to second win this turn. Time Eater can be a bit of a pain here if we don't draw our good stuff early. could run into troubles here. Okay, we have Impervious now. All is reasonably well. Use that Body Slam next turn. Get the strikes out of my hand. 7 cards. Can't be frailed either. So we can go Feel No Pain, Disarm, Impervious, Body Slam if I want to. Better make it Flex Body Slam so that we... end the turn there. One Body Slam, please. Kill you with Entrench next turn, maybe? Seems pretty doable. Yeah. Bonk. Here's a fight where we might actually be able to use the Whirlwind to end this pretty early. Let's see if we can do that, maybe. That's pretty close to being enough. I'll have to Feel No Pain for extra value, but... Kerblamo! Our old tricks do work after all. Maybe wanted to set that up. I don't think it matters. We're gonna clobber everyone. All of them. What I will do is sleep to go to full health here. We are missing enough hit points that I think having the full 95 available is probably a good idea. They say you can't lose with Panic Button. I think it's also a good idea to have a Ancient Potion here, able to give us an artifact to block Vulnerable from Heart, in particular. That helps make the early part of the Heart fight a lot more survivable. I also like removing yet another strike. Or maybe the Writhe? No, the Writhe we can gamble away, so Writhe is actually less bad than a strike. I think I'll lose the Fairy for the Ancient? If I get the Disarm, it won't matter. Alright, what do you have? 3 Essence of Steels. Heart of Iron. I think these potions are better. Got the Flex in the Whirlwind, if only I'd pen-nibbed it. This would be a lot easier. Times 10 is 140. Okay. Take the 14, but that should be it. Because now I can just headbutt the Whirlwind. Shrug into it, and what's that? Pen-nib setup for the heart? It sure is. We also get the Ancient Potion that we wanted the whole time, as well as Blue Candle, which we can use to delete the Writhe. That's pretty funny. That is pretty funny. Do I need Boomerang or Heavy Blade for this fight? I don't think that I do. Alright, Mr. Hart. Really happy to see Offering Plus in our opening hand and 4 garbage cards that we'll be discarding. We want to find our most important block stuff first and foremost here. It's a flex in the deck, so I'm not going to use this yet. Okay, no Dark Embrace yet. Dark Embrace might... no, I used the Duplication Potion. We have no Duke Pot. Ignore me. Do I Corruption now? I probably should. Corruption lets me Shockwave. Lots of turns a weak and vulnerable. Not a particularly good pen nib, that's okay. Body, Impervious Entrenched Body Slam, amazing. Okay, that's the big hit blocked easily. We'll stop here. It's only 35 after all. I don't even need the Entrench, actually, and therefore I won't use the Entrench. Hoping to upgrade the Disarm so I get an extra point of strength removal here. That's why we're not playing it yet. There it is, good. We're not going to be able to upgrade Body Slam like that. No, but Body Slam got upgraded, that's right. Good. Good job, me. Any other cards I want to upgrade? I'd like to upgrade that other True Grit, maybe. Let's start with this. I'll upgrade the Bash. Still a 1x15. Cute. Okay, we need to pick up the pace of our damage, though. We can't block for too many more turns here. Dark Embrace being on the bottom is a really big problem, actually. And I just have to waste my block. Shoot. Oh, shoot. Get with that one, actually. Not willing to second wind yet. I think we have to lean into our hit points for a second here. Need to make sure we don't whiff it again. So I'm just gonna dismiss these Seeing Reds. I am. Actually, I didn't need to do all of them. Okay, here's Dark Embrace. This will be the turn we bloodletting to, I imagine. Should headbutt Body Slam first. All right, I think we're in the clear here. Looks good. I don't know that I'm allowed to True Grit, though. At least not yet. We're out of block now, and even the Fairy in a Bottle wouldn't save me from 12 times 15. Yikes. Terrifying. But get out of here. GG. My Twitch chat, GG. What a run. What a pretty run that was. Would we be dead if he'd multi-attacked first? We might have been. GG. Definitely might have been there. That was a really unfortunate draw order with Dark Embrace at the very bottom. That's why I said we probably wanted 2 of them. And maybe we even added a few too many cards, giving us a bit of inconsistency there. But nonetheless, it did work out. GG. Elaine VD, thanks for 7 months of support. GG. Yeah, what has it been done? Spire sleeps, and so shall I. GG. GG. 3 great Pyramid runs so far, one with Defect, Watcher, and Ironclad. I think we should try for the round sweep. Can we get a 4th victory with a Silent? That is my question. Before I do that, I'm going to take a quick break, refill my legs, stretch my water. When I return, we'll do one more, folks. Congrats on hitting Eternal One, Fistfuls of Cheese. Good stuff. The crowd goes wild. They want another one. Yes. All right, folks, back in a couple minutes. When I return, more Spire. Alrighty, folks, we're back. Much appreciate that patience. Let's embark on the silent. Ooh, take damage for 250 gold, pretty tempting. Do we stay firm with the boss swaps? That's my question. Early shops are available. I do like me a gold start. I think there's a lot of very powerful things you can get done, starting with a lot of money and hitting an early store. Though I probably want to go to this store, which means spending all my money might be bad. I agree that silent boss swaps can be super difficult, depending on what you get, of course. That said, this is a very energy-hungry character, so I think the silent really thrives with additional energy to spend per turn. Something like this. Option for that elite. So we end up with 2 elites, maybe 3. All depends on what's in that first store, if we go here. Thrives with Pyramid too, that's true. Kenlin says, ever since swapping for Broken Count, I'm scared to swap. It's certainly true that some of the results from the swap are very difficult to handle. Especially if your early game map is unfavorable to you. 3 more strikes. Perfect. Well, maybe not. Good. Nice clean cultist fight there, thankfully. We're offered Blade Dance, Quick Slash, Flying Knee. Of the 3, I'm probably most comfortable with a Blade Dance first. We are fighting Hexagos, so we're going to need some serious damage. And Blade Dance plus an Accuracy or plus a Terror, or plus a Ninja Relic of some kind. We could afford an uncommon Relic of the shop, especially, which makes that pretty good. Do I actually want to take another combat instead of an event? I think we want the chance for money here. Yeah. Let's do it. We can buy anything. Anything we want. Such as a kunai. Just saying. Kunai gives us a dexterity for every 3 attacks we play in 1 turn. Pretty spicy with a Blade Dance. And the Dagger Throw. Don't be fooled into Dagger Spray. The numbers clearly indicate that Dagger Throw is where it's at. Can't quite afford Funnel Kunai removal, but we can afford Kunai, Dagger Throw, Well-Laid Plans, Carter Move. Get rid of the doubt. That's definitely a must. Let's not pretend I'm not going to click on the Kunai. I'm thinking Well-Laid Plans for Retain, especially Retain with Dex, Retain with Kunai, very powerful. So we'll pick that up. And do I buy the Dagger Throw? We're going to another shop, actually. How about we don't? Dodge roll also good with kunai. What I'm thinking is the potential to maybe buy a relic here. So that's what I'm going to do. But the stats, they doth protested. But the stats. What about the stats? I'll let that shiv go. It'll be back. They always come back. Don't dagger throw the game. Oof. Double blade dance kunai. It's happening. It's happening, chat. Let's go. The perfect start. Maybe? Deal damage and block at the same time. How can you say no to all that? How can you do it? Look at that. Blocking 12 on turn 1 against Jawworm. Is such a thing even possible? Absurd. How does he do it? That's a pretty good potion. And we're offered a Sucker Punch for Weaken, Bane to do more damage with Poison, or a Piercing Wail. If I take the Sucker Punch, we can maybe fight the Elite here. We're actually not that good against Lagavulin, huh? Hello and welcome, Proob. At the start of each act, I usually color the map in 2 different colors. Green for the path that I'm going to take, and red for optional challenge paths. I'm drawing these myself at the start of each act. It's just a way for me to communicate to the viewers collectively where we're headed, what I think the best path on the map looks like. Stuff like that. I'm not sure that we want to push our luck here, actually. And I think that if I don't fight this Elite right now, I get to skip this Sucker Punch, too. So let's do that. Let's skip for now. Not going to take the Piercing Wail, am I? Nah, it's too greedy. Nice for Hexaghost, but still too greedy for this act. We're going to upgrade Well-Laid Plans? I'm going to upgrade a Blade Dance. Need more damage now. And it might mean more dexterity now, too. Oh, I did have a kill. So we'll set up for a strike kill here. Let's do this. Cloak and Dagger with Kunai actually seems pretty good here, considering we're already very Shiv heavy. Gives us another +1 Shiv upgrade, too. Deflect is good as well. 0 cost block with Kunai. I'm going to take the Cloak and Dagger, but Deflect is actually very reasonable. I want the combo card. I want it. That's actually better than better offensively than playing the Cloak and Dagger there. Kind of funny. Beautiful fight. Now we're much better set up for a an elite fight. We're also offered Phantasmal Killer, which lets us double attack damage on a subsequent turn. We already have a well-laid plan so that we can line this up with damage cards. I think that's fantastic. We're 1 terror or 1 accuracy away from having a fantastic late-game damage plan. And we've got many relics coming our way yet this act. I like it. Would consider that acrobatics if the Phantasmal Killer wasn't there. Ninja Scroll? Well, don't mind if I do. Sure, 3 shivs on turn 1. Oh yes, what a combo. Normally not a relic I'm all that excited about, but here, incredible. Just incredible. Take 1. I swear, it's not seated. Probably. Huzzah. Look at that damage. Easy. More shivs? No, I'll probably just take the Endless Agony here. Endless Agony is like 2 shivs, but it's not in the form of a power that I have to wait on. It's just immediate for free. So I much prefer Endless Agony to Infinite Blades here. Endless Agony is also a card I don't have to redraw. Durgib says, would we take Accuracy? Yes. I would have taken Accuracy as soon as we had 2 Blade Dances. Now that we also have Phantasmal Killer and Kunai, Accuracy is even better. Does the Ninja Scroll make the Endless Agony worse because of turn 1? No, because one of the copies, if that happens, then one copy gets discarded and we get to make another copy when we draw it again. So it's actually kind of good if that happens. I think in Phantasmal, well-laid plans defend, keep the Blade Dance in hand. Take 4. Take 4. I like that. Bag of Prep is useless if we should find it. Would be quite sad. Are you standing? I are. Yes, I've got a standing desk set up. Usually alternate during the stream between sitting and standing for my own ergonomic comfort. Erg. Keep the Cloak and Dagger. Yeah, I'm about 6-0. Give or take a little. I'm a tall boy. Not bonk your head on things tall, but pretty tall. Very cozy sentries fight. Get a Darkstone Periapt, max health if we should take any curses. Not particularly impressed by that. I am now okay with the Piercing Wail, though. I'm also now okay with Prepared, maybe. I'm just going to take the Piercing Wail. All enemies will lose 6 strength for 1 turn. Great way to shut down multi-attackers in Act 2. We're offered another chance at Infinite Blades. Can't say I'm particularly compelled. Could take a whole bunch of health in the form of the Waffle here. There's that Panic button with its incredibly high win rate. Although, would I take Panic button over a card removal? Probably not. I think we should maybe consider removing strikes with Extreme Prejudice here. Darkstone Periapt is indeed an uncommon relic. Probably one of the more situational uncommons, that's for sure. It's also a lot cheaper to remove. Well, I mean, it's actually the same price for Panic Button card removal. I don't need both Panic Button and Piercing Wail. I also don't like Panic Button with Kunai that much. Just lose a strike. No need to overcomplicate it. So, do I want Elite and Event or Combat and Elite? How good am I against Hexaghost? Decent. Could be a long fight. I've got Piercing Wail, though, so it's okay if it is. Let's take the Event, then. Elite first. Got 2 good potions already, anyway. Gremlanius Norbert. I think I'll use the Fear Potion right now. Give us the extra edge here. Doesn't do enough. Guess I should do math to see whether or not the Phantasmal Killer is necessary. Problem is, the worst draw is just blocks and neutralize. I guess that would actually be fine with the block potion, defensively speaking. Our blocks are worth an awful lot. So 16, we do 25 damage, bring him to 9. Which is fine, as long as we don't not draw neutralize. So I think we just go Blade Dance, Strike, Defend here. Don't bother with the Phantasmal. Take all of 5 damage, and win. Get Bottled Lightning, letting us choose a skill to be in our opening hand each combat. Interesting. Oh, would we like to bottle an Adrenaline? That sounds pretty good to me. Let's do that. Other really good bottleable skills that we don't have include Bouncing Flask, Crippling Cloud, Calculated Gamble, Acrobatics, Nightmare. There's a few other good ones. Apotheosis, of course, for colorless cards. I could take a Curse and Max Health for a Relic here. But I think given that we're fighting Hexaghost, we can just take 5 max HP. And I probably want to upgrade this Phantasmal Killer. So I can do more additional damage on following turns. Just Shivs aren't going to do that much damage to Hexaghost. Like I said, this could be a long fight. Much rather upgrade the Phantasmal than the Bottle Adrenaline, although the extra energy on turn 1 is nice. This is reusable, whereas the Adrenaline is not. Other good consideration is just one of the other plus Shiv upgrades, or maybe even the Will Aid plans. But I think this is going to be a pretty long fight. Oof. Footwork plus? Oh, really? Wow. We got no blocks on this turn. Oof. Ouch. My face, though. Could use the block potion here. Do this for the kunai value, or keep it for the Phantasmal. You just hold on to the Phantasmal. Always use the block potion later. Yeah, we're supposed to be low against this boss anyway, right? Although it'll be put into the redraw pile, huh? Alright, let's do it. Nice. Getting good Phantasmal Killer turns is absolutely essential to being able to win this fight. We'll hold on to Piercing Wail next time we see it. For the Inferno turn. Good PK. Good. Keep Neutralize. But you can see we're way short on damage. We only have a couple turns left before Inferno arrives. Actually might not draw the Piercing Wail in time, which is embarrassing. But I have 10 dexterity, so we might actually be fine here. Oh, just in time. Hello. Although, it's trivial to not use it. Let's keep it. You should have let Agony spam the deck. That would be an interesting way to get where we're going. Kind of like that. It is worse and worse from here on out, though. More burns. More burns all over the place. I need to keep a block for next turn, so I have to play this. Maybe I should have upgraded Will Aid plans. Alright, that'll do. Good enough. 43. Slow and steady. $20 damage left. This doesn't do it, though. Spooky. Very spooky. Montgomery burns. He sure does. Okay, Piercing Wail for next turn. This is a very toasty fight. Look at all these burns. Yikes. Yikes. $12, $24, we take 6. Okay. I was saying burns, and I was saying shivs. GG. Definitely a spooky, spooky fight. Glass Knife could help with the damage, or Alchemize could help by allowing us to use potions more aggressively. I like that Alchemize doesn't really need an upgrade, whereas the Glass Knife really does. This can generate some really good potions, including the elusive Ghost in a Jar. This is very good for Spire's late game. Jonathan, thanks for 30 months of support. Take those potions. Wristblade. Oh my. Oh my. Yes. There's also Sacred Bark, but look at this Wristblade. Attacks that cost 0 deal 4 extra damage. That's 4 extra damage on the Ninja Scroll Shivs, 4 extra damage on all of the Blade Dances, 4 on the Endless Agony, on the Neutralize, and that also gets doubled by Phantasmal Killer. This is a massive, massive damage up. Basically double damage. That's huge. Dome's not bad either, actually. Just more energy is pretty good, but I'm super taking Wristblade here. I love to see a good Wristblade, and this is one of the best I've seen. Let's do it. So we can probably stomp elites to the point where I might even be able to take on the Burning Elite now. In this act, maybe. That shop seems okay. Maybe this? There's an opt-out of the Burning Elite. Mark that in red. Late events that could be Colosseum. Mini upgrades that could help. Some early card rewards replenish the potion. I like it. I like it a lot. Greetings, bird nerds. Oh my. Prepare to just die on turn 1, I guess. Jeez. Wow. Deck seems good. Let's grab a calculated gamble, letting us discard our hand to draw cards anew. Cloak and Dagger's not quite good enough for me to add another one. I would add an upgraded Cloak and Dagger, but unupgraded, it's not going to cut it. Your turn. Fool. Yeah. Nice. I think accuracy still would be very good, yeah. Almost assuredly. Endless Agony deals 16. Pretty cool. Dagger Throw. Am I supposed to take it? Let's do it for good luck. Oh, actually, that works differently than I thought it did. We actually did lose a full draw there. I thought it would go to the discard pile. My bad. Good turn for Liquid Memories, potentially. Yeah. Terror plus. I think that's all the damage we're going to need, folks. Applying 99 vulnerable to make any enemy take extra chunkitude from all of our stuff. Yes, please. Divinity Stance acquired. No confusion, please. If I had more weaken, Heal Hook might be okay. I think with how much block we can generate, a second Piercing Wail is not currently necessary. Perhaps even unhelpful with our low energy per turn. I'm gonna go for an event here. Just one. Feeling like we're set up well for the first elite. Don't feel like we need any more cards right now that we got a terror. Let's see what we get. In an abandoned temple, we find a giant book riddled with cryptic writings. I've got no use for the Necronomicon, but the other two might be decent. The Nilri's Codex or the Enchiridion. And I think that I have health to spare, too, so I'll do it. I'll read this book, losing 21 health and picking up Nilri's Codex. I can shuffle one of 3 random cards into the draw pile at the end of each turn. And yes, it's possible to do some broken nonsense with an Alchemize and an Nilri's Codex. I wouldn't expect me to do that this run, though. Not gonna happen. I should rest, not today. We're gonna upgrade maybe that Adrenaline, but probably the well-laid plans. Actually, in this elite fight, I imagine turn 1's gonna be the most important turn. Let's do the Adrenaline first. What broken stuff? Specifically, you can wait for Nilri's Codex to make 2 nightmares, use 1 nightmare to copy the other nightmare, and then use infinite nightmares to make infinite potions. At that point, you can trade your time for the ability to get basically any 2 potions you want, or with a potion belt, any 4 potions, which is really good. Indeed, the time is the obstacle, though. Can't say that Adrenaline upgrade helped much. Well, actually, yes, it did. This is fine. Go Whale neutralize. Next turn. Give me the finisher. Perfect. Although 3 shivs actually just kills. Wow, great fight. We get even more dexterity with an oddly smooth stone. Offered another well-laid plans. That can be an effective strategy. Rather than upgrading your well-laid plans, just take 2 unupgraded copies. You get the added consistency that you can't have 1 on the bottom of the draw pile as frequently if there's 2. Makes us weaker against Awaken 1, but with a Kunai, we're already raffle stomping that bird, so yeah, let's do it. Or upgrade both of them. Also an option, technically. If I'm going to this shop, I'm not going to this shop. Let's upgrade. I could see upgrading Alchemize at this point. I also like upgrading the Shiv cards still. Let's do this one next. Both the chests are identical. Doesn't matter which one I click on here. This one's got a Maw Bank inside. Whenever we climb a floor, gain 12 gold. Problem is, it breaks when you spend money at the shop. I don't want that, because we're going to spend money here, almost guaranteed. And I think we are in an incredibly good position to tackle this. Whatever this might be. Oh yeah. Are we ever? I'll just go ahead and use the Flex Potion now. There's maybe some argument for well-laid plans, the Blade Dance with Phantasmal Killer, but I think we'd rather just kill them now. Now. Very now. Actually, now plans, defend is pretty reasonable. With Phantasmal coming in. We're getting weakened, though, so it's not even that much extra damage. Let's kill this guy. Hold on to 1 Shiv. Let's do it. Double damage Shiv next turn. The re-shivening. Yeah, what's the point of Metallicize if you never get to use it? Poor nerds. I do want to play Alchemize before this fight is up. Although we could kill now, I'm not going to. Shiv potion, of course. And a nunchaku for massive energy generation. 1 energy per 10 attacks we play, which is a lot of attacks. Dagger throw tempting, but me, I've got eyes for this backflip. Block with our dex plus card draw equals yes. Equals yes. Yes to backflip for me. All right, we got 2 out of 3 keys. Let's grab some events now. Maybe we can get a double dip of relics. Or we can get 275 gold and 6 max HP for a curse 2 nodes before a shop. Deal. Juicy. Well, I might regret that. Get it. Although, not many cards in my hand. Ow. Sure, I'll use this. 10 damage each. No thanks to these. Alright, shop. I like it. Clockwork Souvenir gives us artifact to start each combat. I think that's very good. Can block the vulnerable from heart, as well as quite a few other things. Okay, for the card remove. Blur is, yes, very good here. Doppelganger could be decent, too. On sale, especially. Don't think we want Whetstone. That's likely to upgrade strikes. Doppel plus Phantasmal. I like it. Yeah. And now that we have more energy to spend, especially if I buy Lantern. Can I afford all of this? Souvenir, Lantern, Doppelganger, Blur? Yeah, I can. Just buy it all. Ouch. I have a Fairy in a Bottle, it's Bronze Automaton. Okay, just give me more max health. Either way, actually, both of these are more max health, but I mean this one. Go down to 15 health for the Bronze Automaton fight. With the Fairy in a Bottle, that's fine. Don't imagine Hyper Beam's even that dangerous. Upgrade what? Doppelganger? Well-laid plans? Neutralize? Alchemize? I think Doppelganger first. Make it 1 more energy, 1 more card draw on the next turn. Helps to set up really powerful combo turns, essentially. It's a decent time for draw potion. Let's do it. I've got energy to spend. Perfect. Calculated gamble. What a delight to see you. Discard all of it. Let's do it. Perfect. It's a pretty sad draw, though, huh? I know what I should have done. I should have set up Blur and next turn done. Phantasmal Double. Ooh. Let's do this. Ooh. Don't actually think that's necessarily good, but I got very excited by the prospect of it. Let's keep that doppelganger in the draw pile. We'll be back for it. Eventually. There's all the shivs. Cloak and Dagger keep one shiv? Yeah, let's do that. Retain, defend, and shiv. Give me a backstab. It's like a shiv plus. We'll just bounce off the block. Got Finisher coming up next turn, though. I think that's my plan, is to Finisher. We could also just blur up some block this turn. Do a big block next turn. I could even use the Speed Potion if I felt it necessary. And we have the Fairy for this, so I'm not really worried. Try to get our Phantasmal back. So this will only be 9 per attack. We get 1, 2, 5, 6, 6 attacks and a backflip. I don't think that means we can kill here. But I can do some pretty good stuff. Alright, let's take out the Phantasmal Killer Nerd then. So we draw Strike and Defend. Means I can get the Kunai first. I'm not going to kill this one. 5. So we actually barely live. Good. Keep my potions, thank you very much. The dagger throw provides. GG. Nightmare, a second Doppelganger, or a second Alchemize. Interesting. Nightmare could duplicate stuff like Blur, Adrenaline, Phantasmal Killer. Some interesting options in there. And with 2 well-laid plans, we could definitely combo it with a few things. Intriguing. Very intriguing. I don't necessarily need the deck to be that complicated, though. Just simply playing good shivs and drawing the cards again will be sufficient here. Which means Doppelgangers, maybe another consideration. Double-double? Let's do double-double. Keep the current potions. Snekowai, kind of gross. I like more energy. Slaver's Collar is a good way to get it, especially with 2 doppels, providing for draw. Could even Nightmare Shiv. Build your own Blade Dance. Or the Black Star for extra relics off elites. Only a few elites left this run, but I think we could cleave through them, whichever they were. No problem for those bonus relics. That said, I think the extra energy is going to be pretty useful, broadly speaking. So I'd like to focus on getting more energy, and then as well as getting more card draw where we can. Definitely happy to see Awakened One as our first boss. That'll be an easy one. Would have been a lot of relics with Black Star. Lots of relics. Loads of money. I think we can still do this, though. All of the elite fights, please. Take some early events, too. Maybe get Mind Bloom, double orb walkers. You name it. Your first, buddy. Do we need card removals? We sure would like them. The strikes would like to go. But I don't think that we need them, per se. Need is a strong word. Guess I should have played the one. That's why we do it. $14 damage neutralized. That's funny. I like it. Here's an accuracy. Makes our Shiv cards do even more damage. I think just one of these will be all the damage this deck wants for the late game. Not much more that we need besides that. Ness looking good. No and no. Dark Shackle's looking good. Swift Strike's not bad either. It even gets the bonus Wristblade damage. 11 for 1. Will Time Eater be fine with an accuracy? Yes, Time Eater will be fine. Also with a Dark Shackles, Time Eater will be fine. Guess Impatience is decent card draw with most of our attacks being in the form of skills. Too many strikes, though, currently. Guess we'll lose the Agonies. So. But yeah, Impatience was not too bad there. I agree with that. Storm of Steel? Wait, how did I get to 9 dexterity on turn 1? What? Oh, because of the speed potion. That's right. That's right. I remember now. Nine dexterity. Seems like so much. Second copy of Terror Plus. Funny that we've been offered that twice. Don't really need the second Terror for the Awakened one. Does it matter for, like, Donu Deca? Nah. I can see some utility there, but don't think I need it. What I will do is buy another backflip. I think that's very good. And I think we maybe also want to upgrade our neutralize, because our access to weakness is pretty crap currently. Other things we could do is add a leg sweep or a malaise is the card I'd most like to get. Pot's pretty good, but I think we could do better. Have I ever had the vulnerable of terror run out? Yes. In a custom mode run, I think. I've had that happen. You know, a fight where I was deliberately messing around, sort of deal. It's better than Dupe Pod at the moment. I would think Ghost in a Jar is potentially better. Speed Potion can be better. Although I didn't hold on to the Speed Potion I had, so if that was the best, I should have held on to it. There's that Nightmare. Oh, I was meant to play the Phantasmal too. Oops. My bad. Can't say I'm too afraid, though. There it is, Calipers. We can now retain block from turn to turn. Here we go, chat. Here we go. That means all of this dexterity can do very silly things. Also, I'm rich again, by the way. Maybe I'll go this way. Okay. Heal the daggers. Keep Whale, because there's multiple foes. I'll actually take another accuracy, not the Wraith form. I don't need no Wraith form. Not where I'm headed. Not where I'm headed. Relay plans. Keep the Doppelganger. Skip. Not how that was supposed to work, but we still have a good enough turn to work with. Let's see, 6 in the draw pile, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good enough. .36 damage shivs, and that's while weakened. I think Time Eater will be just fine. Escape Plan. 0 cost if you draw a skill, gain block. Very good with this deck. With all the dexterity, we want 0 cost block creators, especially if we can keep the dex. Reflex could be decent too. Although we don't have many ways to discard it. Is a Strength Pot better than an Energy Potion? I'm thinking no. Our base damage is so high at this point. +2 strength really doesn't make a huge difference one way or another. Pen Nib. Every 10th attack is doubled in damage. Boost up those shivs just a wee bit more. Not a lot bit more, a wee bit more. Oops. Fun orderings here. More dancing. Probably wanted to keep that, actually. It's fine. Easy. Prepare yourself, sir, to be obliterated. There's another speed potion. Okay, well, hold on to that one. $64. Bottled Flame. Puts an attack in the opening hand. No attacks that I would want to do that with. More escape plans. Yeah. Yes, please. Don't think we want the Tactician. It's a lot of money. Maybe enough to justify going to an extra shop, but currently we're on track to get to Act 4 no problem. Perhaps we just want another elite reward and another rest site. Let's do that. Getting close to victory here. Nemesis, the rematch. What about the ferry? Do we start swapping that out now? Sure. I'm sorry, fairy. Didn't mean it. Or did I? I should look for terror first, right? Didn't find it. Okay. Speed potion with calipers is just so strong, though. For the late game, we'll be able to outblock the bosses pretty effortlessly. It's good stuff. Not a kill? Tragedy. Spooky. Maybe I should have used the flex potion last turn. There's a couple ways that Calic Gamble could lead to a kill, but we could also, worst case scenario, we could draw 4 burns and then actually exactly die. So there's a very small chance we would instantly die. Pretty bad odds, huh? Alright, I think we can get a better potion. I'll use this now. Lose less health here. Would have been a lot worse. Yeah, we get a potion, and we get a Regal Pillow, and we get an Acrobatics Plus. There's the card draw we've been lacking. Interesting opportunity. Writhe and Heal. Would like to upgrade to Accuracy. Just lose the max health. Easy. I use the potion to create the potion. Not bad. Okay. Not bad. Oops. Dupe pot's pretty good. Can dupe alchemize, dupe accuracy, dupe quite a few things. I like the swift potion a lot too, though. Guess I don't technically need a flex potion. Can't be used for defense, generally speaking. We'll let that one go. Pretty tempting to rest here, but we'll probably do that at the start of the next act. Let's get our accuracy upgraded for maximum per card damage, first and foremost. Would I ever add a footwork to this deck? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we haven't been taking it off, no worries, but I think a real one would be a welcome addition here. Probably. Alright, first step, kill the birds. They're a hassle in this fight. Doppelgangers online, apparently. Could use the Swift Potion to solve a bit of this. Seems like a good idea. Yeah, there we go. Play the accuracy now. Yes, that'll play. And we'll just doppel for plus lots. Use this to preserve the block, or take 3. Take 3. What a good turn to do double damage. $84 damage from one shiv. The power. Wouldn't call that a good potion. Only retain 1. Although After Image is kind of nice, we don't really want more powers against this particular opponent. It's not going to help us. Oops. Reset thy strength, foul bird. There's a footwork. Meh. Definitely too many strikes of defense in this deck, that's for sure. Thinking maybe going to the shop rather than the Nemesis fight might have been the correct play. But I think we can still win, absolutely. From here. And the defense are good, actually, yes. It's just the strikes we don't want. Easy. Alright, first boss is down. Who's our next one? It is the Time Eater, against whom we can only play a limited number of cards per turn. Our turn ends every time we play 12 cards, specifically. That said, we got an excellent opening hand. All 3 powers on turn 1 is about as good as this could get. Hitting our shivs will do plenty of damage. Good. If I can play a full 12 cards, all the better. Yeah, more decks, please. Another thingy is good. Doppel for 5. None of that. Just keep this. More like Shiv Eater. Easy. Phantasmal, defend, double. Oh man, and what a phantasmal turn it's gonna be too. Poor Time Eater. Poor Time Eater has no idea. 42 damage shivs, my friend. Play 3 more shivs. Doing 42 times 4. Which is enough, right? That's 168. Yep. So how does this deck beat Time Eater? The answer is pretty decisively. GG. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread. Before the room is this. The heart of the Spire, the source of this enormous Shiv power. Have I been here before? Alright, we're missing 9 health. I could upgrade a card like Well-Laid Plans. Or I could get 9 hit points. I do value hit points quite a bit. Take the sleep. Bag of Preparation doesn't do anything, don't fall for it. But Backflip is good, card draw. Master Strategy is good, card draw. Card Removal is good, card draw. I like the Gambler's Brew a whole lot, letting us discard any number of cards to draw that many again. And I like card removal on Strike. Quite a few good things here. Finisher. Kind of interesting. Not as useful as you'd want it to be, I don't think. Is it ever Ori here? Honestly, I don't think so. I don't think we need the Ori. So I'd rather spend my money on things that are guaranteed here. Backflip, card remove, Master Strategy, Potion. Or another Dark Shackles. Don't really need the Cultist Potion. What do you think 1 strength is going to do? 1 strength per turn is going to do if our shivs are already doing 42 damage? Rather have the Strength Potion for the elites, but I think I'd rather again have Gambler's Brew. 43 damage. Oh, that was a reasonable Gambler's Brew. This is a fight where I want to hit this shield first. I can feel it. Order. Order in the court. Keep piercing whale, but to what end, right? To what end? I don't have well-laid plans, so I can't even keep this blade dance. It's a pretty decent gambler's brew, then. I'm gonna use it. Much better. Get to keep a lot of this block for next turn. Thinking of sinking a lot of energy into Doppelganger, turning around with Terror. I guess I'll play the Alchemize too. Although that next turn is a little iffy. I guess we'll have enough shivs to do something, but the Dark Shackles won't do anything because of the choices I made to not play Neutralize. A new Gambler's Brew. I like it. What if I gambled all of this and tried to get plans and such? Would that even help? Sure might. Sure might. What do I do? Acro, get rid of the Doppel, get rid of the Dark Shackles? Mediocre. Cloak and Dagger to end the turn is reasonably fine. Gotta turn around this way, though. Just keep Blade Dance? Let's keep Blade Dance. Get double damage this turn, which means our Blade Dance will do super effective damage, hopefully letting us kill the shield. As for the spear, that is up to the history books, so to speak. Yeah, taking that out on turn 2 helps a lot, though. Redrew the Acro? Cool. Hey, we fixed it. Good. We should have kept that Blade Dance Plus. Either way, great turn there. Let's just do PK. Doppel here. The big multi-hit next turn. Alright, I'll keep the Piercing Whale then. Oh, no, it's not. Ooh. Well, I blocked for 1,000,000. Deal with it. I can leave with Pendib on 9. Or, Nunchaku on 9. Not Pendib. Yeah. Dead Branch. Whenever you exhaust a card, add a random card to your hand. Pretty good with shivs, gotta say. There's a lot of very good stuff Dead Branch can do for us. Especially with Gambler's Brew. Is it even good when the shivs do so much damage? It might be bad. But I have to imagine lots and lots of random cards is going to lead to things like a Wraith form that I can just use. Let's do it. Now, the early turns are tough. Love that we got double well-laid plans here. But we're going to have to suffer Beat of Death pretty severely here. Let's start by playing the Shivs, gain some decks. Okay. There we go. I'll play that, this. Oh boy. Blocking would be nice. Reasonable time for the Gambler's Brew. We can discard quite a few things. I'd like to use this Doppelganger. Could just end the turn with Doppelganger right now, but I think we can do more damage and get more stuff done this turn. If only I can get some block. Dupe the Doppel, get 15 energy next turn. Easy. I think I'm just going to play the Doppel. We'll start out strong next turn. Reflex. Yeah, I've got 2 Calc Gambles now. Let's do it. And this will get retained. Could keep the Dark Shackles too. Seems like a good idea. Was it worth spending some health to deal a little bit more damage? I thought about it, but I don't think that it was. Truthfully. We're gonna have not so many hit points to spare, you know? We have to get our dexterity up, or we won't be able to block efficiently, especially now that we're frailed here. This looks a little tough. This turn's the toughest one, though. Thankfully, not being vulnerable makes us a lot easier. Makes this a lot easier to deal with. Play these defends. And then Blade Dance. So much Beat of Death damage. Crippling Cloud helps a lot, that's weakness. Corpse Explosion, maybe not so much. Double Crippling Cloud. Rather amusing, actually. Heel Hook works with it. I want to keep the Piercing Wail for next turn. Guess I could just end with a Skewer. We could play the other Crippling Cloud for longer weakness. It's also decent. Definitely this turn's gonna hurt. Play this for the decks. Skip well-laid plans. No need for finisher either. Take Piercing Wail. Gamble. Okay, that was the last really difficult turn to deal with. Well, I think the only really difficult turn to deal with. Don't get much done this turn. It's okay, too. Nice. Okay, here we go. Is it as simple as duping Blur? Might be. Start this way. Cloak. Terror. Yeah, nice. competitive grand finale, anybody? Anybody? I think I just want to do Blur after the shivs get played. With the Gambler's Brew. Oh my god. You're right, I can play it now. If I want to. With the Gambler's Brew. That's funny. It's the priority of Blur and Calipers. Blur takes precedence, so if we play Blur, we won't lose any block. This is essentially an extra 27 block if I dupe the Blur. That's good enough. What are you? Yeah. Good stuff. I will strike it. So if we do the following. Keep this and this. Grand finale. Thanks, Dead Branch. Give him all that. Here we go. This is all the good stuff now. So much block. You'll wish it wasn't so much block. Sure, just give me a whole crap load of dexterity. Why not? The Shivening. Sure, add more of those too. Why not? Give me these. Ghost! Thanks for 9 months. What a beautiful sub baby that is. Baby. Nightmare the Shiv. It's got real stupid real fast. You'd love to see it. Nightmare the Nightmare. So Cody, thank you as well for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Nightmare, the grand finale. I'll give you a finale to remember, chat. Grand finale. GG. GG, everybody. GG. A clean sweep today. 4 wins on 4 runs. The full sweep. GG. Absolutely GG. Yeah, we're 4 out of 4 for the day. Including an ironclad boss swap, although it was Runic Pyramid, right? Yeah, ask 100 people how we're going to kill the heart at the start of Act 4. Nobody's going to answer Grand Finale from that position. It's pretty funny. GG. GG, folks. Now, what has it been done? The Baylor must sleep. And so shall all of you. GG, Twitch chat. GG. Fabulously, fabulously done. Look at that clean sweep. Silent, Ironclad, Watcher, Defect. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So, exclamation point. Win. SL. Huzzah. Brings us to a full 228 victories for the year. We've got about 30 wins this month. A little bit below pace, but not much. Not much. GG, folks. Well, there'll be a couple more Spire runs tomorrow. If you didn't get your fill today. Also coming up tomorrow is our community game for this month. We'll be playing Vampire Survivors. Kind of idle game meets roguelite survival. I've heard pretty good things about it, so I'm looking forward to giving it a try. That'll be in the second half of stream tomorrow. In the first half, some more Spire. We'll get a few more kills towards that year-long challenge. Goal to being 100 wins with every character, 400 total victories this year. So far, we're off to a pretty good pace, I'll say. All right, folks, that is me signing off. Let's see, anybody I want to throw a host on over to? Nah, we'll just call it a good day there. Alrighty, folks, thanks so much for watching. Ta-ta for now. Till then, stay cozy, be kind to one another. Have a good one. Toodaloo.